Call this meeting of the Lewiston School Committee for February 28th, 2022 to order. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda would be school committee member introductions. We would start with our student rep.
Omar Osman, Lewiston High School senior.
Dave, I don't know if we had microphone there.
Karen Paquette, Assistant Superintendent. Megan Parks at large. Janet Bowden, Ward 2. Elizabeth Ames, Ward 3.
I'm Jake Lang, the superintendent, and for those who may not have heard, this is Osman, who is our senior student representative. Sorry, Omar Osman.
I'm Bruce Damon, Ward 1.
Tanya Whitlow, Ward 4.
Ashley Medina, Ward 5.
Megan Hurd, Ward 6.
Paul Bopalant, Ward 7.
And Linda Scott, City Council Representative.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Are there any members of the school committee that would like to remove any items from the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved as presented. The next item is public input, and just so folks know, we'll take public input initially at this time on non-agenda items. There are some other agenda items that there will be public comment available for. We would ask that members of the public address the school committee for up to 3 minutes on non-agenda items now. The comments that pertain to staff, personnel matters, or student issue should be directed to the superintendent or the appropriate staff member of the Lewiston Public Schools. Public comment should be directed to the school committee, be brief, not repetitive, and related to the matter at hand. Please start by stating your name and address and/or affiliation with the Lewiston Public Schools. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak on a non-agenda item at this time? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public comment section. Item number 5 is to recognize Lewiston Public Schools staff and students. Mr. Langus.
I'd like to start this evening by inviting Principal Charlotte Nile to the podium to recognize some staff that she has.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Nile, principal at McMahon, and I'm here. I'm going to recognize Melissa St. Pierre, our school nurse. So she is our school nurse, and I appreciate the passion and drive she brings to work in each and every day. If you were to come to McMahon and see Melissa in action, you would see her hustling from the very beginning of the day to the very end of this day. She's taken on extra responsibilities this year to keep up with the COVID guidelines and handled these challenges and changes with grace. Not only does she take excellent care of our students, but she provides excellent care to our staff. She definitely goes above and beyond to provide our school community with love, support, and safety. And she does it with a smile, even though you can't see it, but it's there. Recently, we had a staff appreciation assembly and Melissa received multiple shout outs from the staff members. So not only do I appreciate her, the whole staff appreciates her, and we would not be able to operate without Melissa on our team. So I just wanted to appreciate her in front of you all.
And I just want to add that oftentimes through the last 2 years of what we've been working through with the pandemic, I sometimes get questions like, how do you know all the rules from all of these different places? And Melissa is one of those people that helps, because when we do things, especially early on, when we get new guidance, we're always talking about it. And then she's the first one to say, Jake, I think you got that one wrong. But I think the beauty of it is she's very tactful in the way she does it. And I learn in those moments so that we can get it right as a district. So you make our whole district better. And I thank you for that. Next recognition we had actually came from a school committee member who would like to recognize the staff. And so if I may, Mr. Chair, pass the mic over to Member Whitlow.
Thank you so much. A couple months ago, I came to Jake and said, you know, there's been a teacher in this district that really made an impact on me and my child. This made me choked up. So he allowed me to nominate somebody that was very special to me. And I wanted to nominate Jane Carver. I'm gonna cry. Jane Carver is a special education teacher at Geiger Elementary, second and third grade. As a parent of an LPS student, my child demonstrated the most growth during his time spent with Mrs. Carver during his second and third grade years at Geiger Elementary. Her ability to connect with children and parents to make everyone feel as though they mattered allowed for me to stay connected and informed of what my child was doing in the classroom, giving me the tools to encourage the work at home. Mrs. Carver always has a smile on her face. Treats everyone as though they are a friend and not just a parent or a student. Mrs. Carver, you will always have a special place in my heart because you cared enough to believe that my son was capable and put in the work with us to move his education forward. And you will always have a special place in my son Penn's heart because you gave him a safe place to learn where he felt like he could be successful. I reflect on a day when Penn received a postcard in the mail from you, and at the end of third grade, and he sat down and he read the entire postcard to me. He read slow, but he did it, and he did it on his own. And so I don't know if you remember writing that postcard, but I remember him reading it. And that was a milestone I'll never forget. So I want to thank you for all you do for our children, not just mine, but every child who needs a little extra help along their educational journey. So thank you.
We have, over the years, had some success in Lewiston Public Schools as it relates to various academic and athletic competitions, and we certainly like to roll those recognitions into our meetings. Some real highlights this year, and I want to let everybody know, and I want to give Mr. Fuller an opportunity to share it more thoroughly when he's available to be here. We are approaching 100 championships in Lewiston Public Schools. 100. I don't know many of the schools that can even have that conversation, but our schools and our athletes and our pride and our generational competitive atmosphere has really excelled. And in addition to how that has excelled, our facilities have excelled. If you look at our sports fields, if you look at a new wing that's focusing on the arts, and expression. Really, our community has come together around these things, so a real positive. But if we could have a few people come up to the podium, I'd like to start with our 2022 state championship cheerleaders. No, go right up to the podium if you wouldn't mind. And was Matt able to make it tonight?
Matt's not here today.
Okay.
He has another coaching thing going on.
All right, so I'd like to recognize Tori Rennie, who's the assistant coach. Thank you for being here. And what I have is from the school committee, a certificate that Mr. Fuller said he's going to put in the trophy case, just as recognition to all of you for your many, many years of dedication and you performing on the big stage and really getting it done both competitively here and at the state level. And we look forward to your future successes. So thank you very much and congratulations. We'll pause after brief pictures if you could hang around. Did they want to- All right, next, I'd like to share some recognition with indoor track and head coach Steve Virgillo and assistant coach Carolyn Court, Sean Daigle, and Mohammed Awil. I'm not sure who was able to make it tonight. If you could, please come up to the podium. Now, Coach Court has probably had as much success as any coach in Lewiston history. So thank you, Coach Court, for your contribution to our community. How many athletes do you have on these two teams? Not necessarily with us tonight who were able to make it. Thank you all. But how many athletes in total for indoor track this year? Do you know?
Yeah, so 70.
So I just want people to hear that context.
Yeah.
70 athletes competing in multiple events all over the place. These are full day efforts. And we've had some incredible success. But just want to share that we have our 2022 KVAC championship and 2022 Class A runner-ups. That's boys indoor track team. Congratulations and great job. And one of the awards that I know that Mr. Fuller would echo this, that we get most proud of. The championships are great, but the MPA 2022 Class A North Girls Indoor Track Team was recognized for top of class good sportsmanship. So just to share a little bit of statistics and also a couple more recognitions for students. But the Lewiston boys, as I said, were runners up the state championship, but they were conference champions. But in the midst of competitions, 6 school records were broken in their challenge for the state title. Lewiston boys had 2 individual state champions. If you could, gentlemen, step forward. We have Abdirzak Abukar, who won the 55-meter dash in school record time. And Jibril Mohammed Asido won the triple jump also with a school record performance. And at the state championship, as I said, the team was selected for the sportsmanship award. They placed 5th overall. And Amelia Wedderburn was the state championship, the state champion in the long jump. We're all very proud of you. And again, we'll have these certificates that will go into the sports case next to Fuller. And if you wouldn't mind hanging around for a moment when we're done, we'll all pile into the hall and take a picture with whoever's comfortable being piled into the hall.
we'll pause here for just a minute to let them take some pictures of the teams. If the teams would go out of the cafeteria, out into the hall, that would be great.
You're the junior?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Come on, let's switch. Sure, for now, it's fine.
No, that was fine. That's fine. And I'd like to really thank all of the students and the coaches and everybody. That great job. And, we'll look forward to some more successes in the future. The next item on the agenda is to receive and potentially vote on a field trip request to the Intrepid Museum in New York City. Sharon here?
So basically.
It's not, it's not letting me move him, Dave.
That's.
It's not letting me do it, so.
This one's like. So I have to come and get approved here.
So people have to vote for it. I think it's like,
Yeah, yeah. Pretty much only the ones that are longer than the normal school day.
Jerry, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. Hold on.
I started sort of last year. I did it for a decent amount, and then like around March they start doing
Can you hear me now?
right about then I started dropping off, and then I just
He's
started
trying
again.
something.
Can you hear me now? How about now?
Yep.
Great. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate the chance to be here tonight.
So, Master Sergeant Gibson, do you want to just share a little bit about the potential trip with the committee so they can have a perspective on it before they take a vote?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. We haven't done this particular trip before, but in JROTC, we like to do sort of a capstone trip. Again, this is my first year here, but I taught at a previous school in JROTC, and I know I've talked to Colonel Wellborn, and I know JROTC has done trips like this in the past. Every year or 2 years, every couple of years, we'll do a trip, maybe to DC or to something like that. Sort of a capstone event for some of the kids to go on. This trip, again, with COVID restrictions, and we didn't know what we could be doing and couldn't be doing. This is sort of an alternative trip that we looked into and thought would be a pretty relatively manageable one for us. So just the highlights of the trip, in case anybody's not familiar, is it is the 23rd and 24th of April. So it's the last weekend of April break, is the dates we've targeted. There are a few others, but that one makes the most sense. And that's the one we're requesting permission for tonight. We would take some cadets down to the Intrepid Museum in New York City. And they have a whole slate of programming for them, and it's designed to be an overnight trip there. So there's and what the Intrepid is, in case anybody doesn't know, it is an old aircraft carrier, and so it's permanently parked there in New York, and they have a bunch of static displays of aircraft from all over. There's actually a space shuttle, there's a Concorde, there's a whole variety of stuff there. So so just going to the museum is cool. It would be a great experience for the cadets to sort of expand on all the things the military studies and things like that we taught, and science of flight, things that we talk about all the time in our program. But they have, like I said, they have a whole series of programming to go for a couple hours in the evening. Like it's I think the program starts around 6. I included a sample itinerary just again to try to preemptively answer some questions that may arise. But there's programming that goes for a few hours and a flashlight tour of the deck and all that stuff. And then, the kids sleep there. I think they wheel out some military cots, it looks like, from looking on the internet. And the kids sleep there, and we get up the next morning, they feed them breakfast, and they have another short programming in the morning, and then we return home. So like I said, it's a little simpler than the DC trips are awesome, but they're, again, with the uncertainty of what we were going to be able to do and not be able to do, they take a lot of planning, and there are a lot more steps. This is a sort of a one-shot deal. So is that a good overview?
Yes, I think that's good. I think just for members of the committee to be aware, are there any flights connected to this trip, or is it bus down, do the tour and bus back?
Yes, sir. Bus down, do the tour, spend the night, and then bus back.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
Ms. Hurd.
So I'm currently on their website, and it's saying that proof of vaccination is required. So are students that are not currently vaccinated being denied access to this trip because they're currently requiring vaccinations at this particular location?
Great question. I got to follow up with them. I mean, as we are all aware, these are, the requirements change quite a bit. And that's something I'm gonna have to follow up with them on. So thank you for that. Last I knew that was the rule, but again, when I spoke to the representative from down there, they didn't, make that they didn't really make that a very clear requirement. So I'm assuming as of right now it is. I think based on the cadets that might be going, that may hamper a few folks, but I'll have to double check on that.
Okay, so, I mean, if we're talking equal to all students here, we're potentially not allowing some students to go because they've chosen not to get the vaccination. So I don't know. I mean,
Ms. Whitlow.
I wouldn't say that we're not allowing them to go. If that's a guideline, then that's not us saying we're not trying to be inequitable for our stance.
and I'm not saying us as a school committee, I'm saying that the potential field trip that has been chosen may potentially exclude some students because they've chosen not to get vaccinated. That's my only concern, is that some students may not be able to participate, I guess is my concern.
Yeah, and also, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say also it's not until April, so they might have time if they decide, if they choose to do so.
Ms. Parks.
I was going to say the same thing. It's a little bit of ways away. So if students want to participate and they're not currently vaccinated, it gives them the time frame to get vaccinated. But I wouldn't necessarily think it speaks to an equitable experience, only because they're making the choice whether or not they want to get vaccinated. And it's the same thing if we have field trips that are going swimming. Kids who don't know how to swim may be excluded. I don't think what we're offering is an equitable experience for the kids that want to participate in it.
Ms. Bowden.
I just wanted to ask about the female chaperone. I saw that there are some female cadets going. Do you have a female chaperone in the works for that?
We have, at this point, we have one parent who she has offered to be a chaperone. I've actually reached out to a couple of our other, staff members and things like that. So yeah, we are definitely trying to make sure we get a female chaperone. At least one, hopefully more than one.
Mr. Bopala.
Thank you. How many students are expected to attend at this stage? I realize it's still early, and what's the ratio to chaperones, and how is it being funded?
Yeah, yes, sir. At this point, I guesstimated 25. I think that's probably a generous estimate. I think if we get a dozen to 15 students, that would probably be what I would expect. Myself and Colonel Wellborn will be going. And again, at least one female chaperone is the plan. So I think there should be enough coverage for folks. Oh, and secondarily, you asked also about funding. Yes, thank you for the chance to expand on that. We're going to ask the students for, a small contribution, just, a $25 deposit just to reserve their spot, because we do have to make sure we don't lose it. But otherwise, we're hoping to pay for all this with, Air Force funds and fundraising activities. And so we're not going to be asking the school for any money for the trip.
Ms. Whitlow.
I just wanted to clarify, because I knew I had heard something on the news, but as of February 10th, New York City no longer has a mandate for masks or vaccine requirements. So I'm sure that certain businesses might still require it. I don't know, but there is no mandate now, as there was a couple weeks ago. So maybe they haven't updated their website. Just
Superintendent.
I think it's a great question. I hadn't thought of it, to be honest. But I think anywhere we travel these days, one place might have the expectation, others may not. They might check you at the door, they might not, whether it's, masking or vaccine card. certainly our international trips that we approve annually for student travel, those are going to require certain levels of vaccination, passport, all of those things, which can be a limiter. But I guess I want to just say publicly, that's really not a bridge we've crossed because we haven't had to think of that yet. So I'll remind management to be more mindful too of what requirements might exist for what spaces. But I don't know how we navigate making sure everyone can go to a certain space and exempting that experience from others. That's a tricky area. And I do think things are transitioning, but I don't think there's a guarantee that there won't require a vaccine card and how that might impact some students who want to participate.
Other comments from the committee? Yes, Ms. Ames.
First, it's a wonderful museum. I've been there and it's going to be a great experience. That's one. Second, I think the $25 is also something that's going to impact some families differently than others. So just to put that out there, if we want things to be as equitable as possible, then that might be something to think about. But I'm definitely for this field trip. I do wonder, are they going to be meeting other schools? Are several schools going to converge on the Intrepid at that time? And if so, what kind of accommodations do you have for that?
Yes, I mean, the short answer is yes. There will be other organizations there. That's when you look at the website and interact. When I've spoken to the folks down there at the museum, they like, for example, a week or two before is sold out already. So they have the example they gave me are Boy Scout troops and other organizations like ours that go down there. So it's not going to be just us. It'll be other organizations like that.
Thank you. That's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Medina.
I just want to piggyback a little bit off what Elizabeth was saying, that $25 could be a barrier. Just want to know if there's any plans to maybe help fund a student if they can't afford it. Want to get some information on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the chance to expand on that. I made it very clear, and we sent out guidance on our Google Classroom, and whenever we brief the kids in class, I made it very clear. I'm like, if we're asking for this to reserve your spot, but please don't let price be a barrier. I've tried to make that very clear. If you're having difficulty and you don't want to bring it up, and in public forum, obviously, come see me or the Colonel one-on-one. We definitely, I agree with that sentiment. We want to make sure everybody gets this experience that wants to go. I mean, if they don't want to go, that's another story. But if they want to go, and that deposit is a frustration or is a challenge for them, then yeah, I don't want anybody to not be able to go. So.
Ms. Whitlow.
I'll go ahead and move to approve the Intrepid Museum in New York City.
I'll second.
Any further discussion of the committee? Ms. Bowden.
I'm sorry, I just had one more question as I was scrolling. It says transportation provided is a school bus. Is that Hudson Bus Line taking them, or is that one of our vans, or what? I'm just curious.
Yeah, to be determined. I was looking at we're looking at possible coach lines or I'm sorry, what was it? Charter bus or something. We're that's to be determined. So yes.
Thank you. That was all.
Thank you.
Anything further from the committee? Seeing none. Whoop. We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve. All in favor, signal by raising your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize our second student representative. She was just a couple minutes late, but Hannah Duale, I believe, Duale, yes. If you, nice to meet you. You're a junior at the high school? Great. We'll look forward to your input and your participation.
Welcome.
Welcome, welcome. The next item on the agenda is item number 7, is to receive information from our city administrator, Ms. Heather Hunter, on tax calculations.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I was going to say, usually I don't need a microphone. So at our recent joint city council school committee, we talked about me coming tonight about looking at, and I think at each one of your place settings, you had the tax rate calculation sheet. So that's kind of the first part of starting off at the budget season. So looking at, and I'm sure the school side of the house is knee deep in budget process, but the initial budget workshops for the school committee are on March 21st and April 12th. So we combine the numbers at this point. It would be the city administrator's recommendation and the school superintendent to complete this tax rate worksheet that you have. Obviously, that column's blank right now, and that allocates the tax based upon municipal, county, and the school department. And I will say we are in a fortunate situation, whereas assessed values for the longest time were either static or had kind of declined a little bit. We are showing about a $15 million increase in assessed values. And I'll remind you, at last year, we had approved the budget only to find out that CMP had done a lot of work already for the clean energy corridor in Lewiston. So we had additional value that allowed us to actually decrease the tax rate. So that mill rate and the additional $15 million is above and beyond the clean energy valuation that we recorded last year. So one type of thing that we use on the city council side of things is to let you know kind of what impact each dollar value has on the tax rate. So in this particular case, if you look at the assessed value, we're right at 21,200. So that's a great way as you're processing various programs, initiatives, and things like that. And I'll be telling my city council the same thing. Every 21,200 is a penny on the tax rate. So that's above and beyond, what you're going to get for state revenue, or in your case, the school subsidy, tuitions, things like that. So once you net that amount and you come down to that tax rate, every change that totals about $21,000 is going to be a penny on the tax rate either way. So that gives you a ballpark as you're putting things on the parking lot, as you're considering new programs, or if you're considering reductions. And for city operating purposes, when you're looking at school side, it includes both school general fund as well as adult ed, because those are tax supported. So those two budgets, if you will, get merged together. And that's what you will see on this final tax rate sheet. Right now, I'm hearing that the governor's, at least the initial budget for Part C, has the minimum tax rate required for schools as $7.10. So that's going to be at least the baseline that we need to look at. And right now, we are scheduled for adopting the budget on May 3rd with a referendum on May 10th. And then the LCIP items will be the first meeting in June. So at this point, if anybody has any questions.
I could just want to share that we obviously work very closely with Heather. So not only is she now the city administrator, but prior to that was the finance director of Lewiston City of Lewiston. So Heather comes with amazing wealth of knowledge and has been an absolutely great partner to work with. We bounce so many things off of her, and she really is a wealth of knowledge. And Heather, thank you for all the help you've given us both last year and already this year in the work that we do. So I just want to make sure that I think everybody here knows who Heather is, but some people out here may not because they don't see her every day. But Heather is a, I don't want to say she's running the city, but she's running the city. I don't mean that to slight anyone, just that's the work that she does.
Well, thank you, Jake. Superintendent.
Ms. Scott, did you have something?
I just wanted to add that I hope that all of these school committee members and all of our city councilors, and I will reiterate this with the city council, pay close attention what both sides are doing and understand what's happening. And if you have any questions or concerns, that you reach out to your fellow ward representative and ask those questions before we get to the point, so that we hopefully don't have a situation like we had last year, and we actually have really good discussions about our budget and we move forward, understanding where each are at, and we move forward for the betterment of our community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions, Mr. Superintendent?
Now is a good time as any, but just to share out with others that this committee has expressed an interest in creating some cost savings while trying to do everything we can to meet the students' needs. And so the initial budget proposal coming from me that we'll be talking about Wednesday night will look like a bigger number than we will end up with. And that is intentional by way of process, so that we can look for things that this committee would like to either let me know and or by process reduce. And so before there's shock and awe on Thursday morning in the paper, just to let people know that this committee has requested to make certain reductions and to be active participants in that versus having something given to them. And so that's the plan for the approach.
Thank you. Are there questions of Ms. Hunter from the committee? And her presentation is so good, it's just clear as. And Heather, you said that LCIP is done in June well after this May 7th
Right,
adoption.
we get kind of the budget out of the way. So the first meeting in May is the general fund. The second meeting in May is the utilities for the city side. And then the first meeting in June is the LCIP. I will share, we had the rating agency reaffirm the city's AA- with a stable. That is continuing. We are really close to hopefully looking at a positive outlook. There are pros and cons right now that they're looking at. One, obviously, is the economic demographics for Lewiston tend to work against us, the median income and so forth. The positives are the financial management, our fund balance, and those types of things. Probably the one that teeters back and forth is the level of debt service. So we're going to have to be very, very strategic as we pay certain things down or as things come off the books. That's when you can start filtering in some larger ticket items. So that's going to be applicable for both city, school, and all of our utility funds.
Anyone else with questions for Ms. Hunter or comments? Ms. Bowden.
I just want to say, I feel like a deer in headlights looking at these numbers. So I would probably have a ton of questions for you, but I don't yet. So thank you for the presentation. And
No worries. And feel free to reach out to me or, send them to the superintendent, and I'm sure we can chit chat about it as well.
Okay,
Great.
there's no real action we need to take on that other than we're going to go to work on our budget. So,
Yep.
Thank you, Heather.
Which is what I'm going back to do now.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is to receive information and potentially vote on masking. questions or comments or discussion from the committee first? Go ahead, Chad.
So I'll start off with just some brief history. Last August, early August, when we didn't have guidelines yet, the then committee adopted starting the school year optional with some discretion by me that if conditions worsened, we would put masks on. Conditions did in fact worsen according to data in August. And in late August, we adopted put masks on, and if conditions permitted, the superintendent would have the authority to have them come off. Well, it'd be nice if it was like a light switch and everything just stopped, but we don't have that luxury. And so I think this is important community conversation. And so building up to today, we put out a survey, and every survey has its flaws. We shared it publicly. It was the best way to reach the widest audience, but that audience could have been anywhere in the world. But it was a talking point. It was a data point. It also, for what it's worth, anecdotally spiked in communication. I know to all of you as school committee members, but also to me, which, while that's not a survey, it is a survey. It gives us that anecdotal input of those who are in favor, those who are not. And there's been, at least through my communications, a big volume of that. And that's very appreciated. So building off of conversation, input, survey data, I started looking at our more local data, our more local inputs. And we've been pool testing since October. It's something we wanted to start right out of the gate. The service provider wasn't able to get staffing for us until October, and then we started up. And it was pretty scary when we started doing pool testing, because we were getting pools. And again, a pool is when like 10 people do a swab and it goes into one sample. And they test that one sample. If they find a positive in the sample, they would retest individually the group of 10 people. In October, November, we started to get these pools back, and it felt like every single pool we did had a positive. And then within that follow-up test, there were multiple positives. Fast forward, as we approached December break, things were pretty challenging, and we had to make decisions about coming back from December break. And we're kind of holding our breath, and we did our best, and we stayed in person, and we did what we could. And then we fast approached the end of January, and I'm monitoring pool testing results, and we're getting to a point where less and less pools are testing positive. And then even within those pools, we're not finding the positive when we do follow-ups. Some of the positives we find, they don't feel like they're sick. There's some question as to whether or not they were actual positives or false positives, and we did a lot of Binex testing. We did so much of this follow-up work that we were actually recognized by the federal CDC and the White House, and we started getting our Binex follow-ups directly from federal sources, because we were consuming so many per week. And by so many per week, I'm talking 40 boxes of 40, sometimes in a couple of days. So whenever you have a pool test positive, and the highest number that sticks out in my head, Karen, remind me if I'm wrong, was it 77 or 81? It was one of those two numbers, 77 positive pools. Well, if there's 10 people in each of those pools, that's 770 follow-up tests in the first round. And by rule, if you don't find it, then you would retest. And that was happening. As we approached February break, we had multiple schools, again, still pool testing, that had no positive tests in any of their pools school-wide. We saw that again the week before, just coming before February break, and then the very week before February break was our highest. And I want to say it was 3 schools. It might have been 2, and then 1 school had 1, but it was 2 or 3 schools that had 0 or 1 positive pool. Our other schools, their numbers were diminished greatly. Nurses felt like they could breathe a little bit again because they were chasing all of these things. And then we started looking more deeply at what information is available to us. Now, I'm not a statistician. I don't claim to be. I'm a busy person. You all know, you see the communications from me to you to try to keep you up to speed with things. But we were really seeing and feeling this trend of positives lighten. I'm not saying the media is a good source necessarily, but even in the media, there was conversations about things were getting lighter and lighter. And so as we head into February break, I'm thinking the way these things are trending and the 700 anecdotal inputs that I have as a superintendent, boy, it's really starting to feel like people have had every opportunity to be vaccinated if they wanted to be. And if they don't, that's their call. People have had every opportunity to do booster shots if applicable, which all the way down to a very young age now, we've provided those opportunities. We've hosted clinics. We've brought people to other sites over in Auburn using our own vehicles. We've really been committed to this. Pool testing, follow-ups, contact tracing, quarantines, we've done all of that work. And maybe the work's not done yet. But as superintendent, I felt compelled to write a recommendation to you that I think it's time, if our pool tests this week don't show something erratic, I think it's time for us to have the conversation and consider making masking optional. That was Thursday. Part of my thinking of that on Thursday was this committee or the prior committee had already decided on a policy that allowed for that conversation or that line of thinking to be part of what we do. And with the new information, I made a choice. What we didn't have was new CDC guidance. We didn't have is a new standard operating procedure from the state, which I've now been told they're working on that we don't have yet because of the new federal guidance. And so I felt real good about the momentum we had. And I want to say today, I still feel very good about the momentum we have and moving in the right direction as it relates to masking in schools and having that become an option. I've gotten a lot of input, as you can imagine. And so today, when I had a chance to really digest the new CDC guidelines that came out, I issued new language that you may not even have had a chance to see yet. But the language I suggested in a recommendation was that we use these CDC metrics. And what I shared in the latest version is that these CDC metrics have a low, a middle, and a high. And it's by county. And the rates break down in county using a few different metrics. We can dive into those if we want. I included a link in the letter that I shared publicly, but those metrics are tricky. And I've already heard from a number of people. Some people feel like the metrics are talking about hospitals and capacity. And some of those metrics are talking about positivity rates per 100,000 in the county. Our counties are big and spread out. What does that mean? So there's the conversation that is clearly divided. This new CDC guideline did not make it less divided, I guess is my point. And I chuckle because I really wanted something to bring to you in the recommendation that said, here's the hard and fast on why we should do this or this, and let you think that through. So I modified some language today in that I wanted to bring to you at least this option that you could approve that we would follow this new CDC scale where high, which is where we happen to be right now, and I anticipate these changing weekly on Fridays. And I say anticipate because they told us this last fall, and then sometimes it was Friday, sometimes it wasn't, and I can appreciate everyone's busy and short staffed. But I don't want to make guarantees. Maybe it will be Fridays. But that's my estimation right now. So we could see is this Friday, our community or our county could get an indicator of medium or the mid-level score or even lower. My initial thinking with the new CDC guidance that wasn't available on Thursday is to use that guidance that the CDC has to say, if we are high, we wear masks. If we drop to medium or low, we don't wear masks, or excuse me, they'd be optional. The real challenge I'm having with myself, and I need you to know this, is we don't have that thing. We don't have that real factor that's going to say, yes, that's right, or no, that is wrong. I did some more digging today and heard things around the standard operating procedure that if we're not masking, there's a chance we have to return to contact tracing. However, I want to say February 10th or in around there before the break, there was a separation in language between masking and contact tracing, which was a big divide for us because contact tracing has been very challenging. So having that separate by rule earlier, leading into February with our local data and also community input, which again, that survey wasn't perfect, but I'm not discrediting that 70% of the feedback, 72% of the feedback was in fact in favor of having the option. But know that the phrase I used in the survey was if conditions continue to improve or something to that effect. Right now, I feel like that's what we have. Pool testing started this week. The anticipation is we continue to do it, and that will give us another data set. Will we see a spike? Will it stay lower? That will inform our decision. If I had to pick one recommendation tonight, and I apologize for being here and there, but the guidance is something that we cannot ignore. I don't take an institution like the CDC and choose to disregard it. I think it's important to hold that as an organization that is not just about the Center for Disease Control. At the end of their title, it also is and prevention. And so it's a kind of a critical moment in time, and this might play itself out with its own pieces on Friday. If you're asking me as a parent, as a superintendent, for my own family, I'm comfortable having masking be optional. If you're asking me as the superintendent making a recommendation to a school committee, I would say I would proceed with caution and use the factors that the CDC has just recently provided to dictate masking optional or not. I'm coming at you from two different angles, but if you're asking me as a parent who's sending their kids to school, someone who's in and out of schools, and married to someone who's in and out of schools, I would be comfortable with that. My family doesn't carry the vulnerabilities and the high risk factors that some others do. And I've had those people reach out to me as well, and I want to make sure their voice is shared here. And it's not just families, parents, and students, it's also staff. So we have a tough decision to make, I think, tonight, and I think we'll get lots of input, and there'll be lots of communication around it. I'll leave you with this thought. So you have one thing to work off of, because it's not fair to have two, that I would recommend that masking become optional for students once we have this series of pool test data, if it remains on the track that it has been on, which is very low.
Ms. Ames?
So I'm just trying to understand. So the pool testing is what you're going to decide on, not the CDC ratings of low, medium, and high?
So that it would be a decision of the school committee to adopt a policy.
Mhm.
And I think that our local information is important in that thinking. But it is a monitoring strategy that we do have access to that's local to our students and our staff that are participating. I do not have disregard for the CDC. Please do not think that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to understand your recommendation. It's not based on low, medium, high, green, yellow, orange. It's based on, in the county, it's based on this school's pool testing. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's one metric. It's not the only one. I'm saying we're seeing a trend of reduction, and we're hearing a large percentage of population that are willing to have masking be optional.
I'm still trying to understand your recommendation. I'm not disputing your recommendation. I'm trying to understand it. So you're recommending that we vote to take off the mask requirement if the pool testing on Friday or any given Friday is good.
No, you're asking a good question. So pool testing lasts all week in Lewis Public Schools. We rotate through different schools. So some of it happened today, some of it will happen tomorrow, Wednesday.
Okay,
We stop on Wednesday, so we have results before the weekend, so we can do rapids to follow up. And so that pool testing is local and specific to
right.
our population here in our
Exactly.
schools that are participating.
So the Friday thing is the county.
The Friday thing potentially is when the CDC will release county colors.
Okay.
And I want to be very clear with people. I am not knocking the CDC's input. The real challenge for me is we didn't get any, and then all of a sudden on Friday we got something, but it's the clarity of the metric is about hospital staffing and capacity, as well as positivity rates. And when we look at our local positivity rates, it can be, it's a challenge to me because I see the pool testing results and I see what's happening in our schools. And I don't feel that I understand the CDC's platform well enough.
Mhm.
um,
So you're
to
trying
speak in opposition of it. But I would say that it's been real hard for me. I've been thinking about it a lot all weekend, trust me,
Sure.
in that the metrics of the scale feel much bigger than the community we live in.
Mhm.
And the community input and the community metrics
Mhm.
say a different story than that we're on high level.
Okay. So indeed, you
So
are
try to
recommending
rationalize three
that we
different things.
focus on the pool testing and not focus on the county. You're suggesting that we vote on a recommendation that is focused on the results of the pool testing in the school.
I think what I'm recommending is that we take a vote, or a vote is taken, I don't get a vote, but a vote is taken on masking being optional
Mhm.
on the 7th of March,
Oh,
using the data we have available to us. And if we see a spike because everyone traveled and mingled over February break, we're going to know this week in our pool testing, at least for those who are participating. If we do not see a spike, then we are continuing on a trend that is a month long of having very little positivity rates within our schools. Again, for those participating.
so the March 7th thing is back on? The March 7th thing is not gone?
Someone would have to make that motion.
I am very sorry that I'm so confused. Your updated COVID mitigation recommendation didn't have a date in it, did it?
No,
Right, okay. So the March 7th thing, which was in your first suggestion, is gone?
correct. Today's is about a modification potential for,
Oh, it's a modification. So March 7th is still on the table.
I think both of them are still on the table. That's why we left them in the packet.
Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up. Is it only me that's confused? Okay.
Ms. Scott,
Thank you. I think first off, I'm just going to preface this by saying that and just so that the public knows and everybody knows, I'm wearing a mask tonight saying this. I personally feel that I will take the option to wear a mask. That's my personal opinion. That's something that I choose to do. But I'm also somebody that's very much in favor of personal choice. So I'm going to ask just a few questions, and because I did so I saw this last minute, and generally I'll just apologize. I never come to a meeting in jeans, but I was running all day today, ran home to get my packet and saw this. And I said, I got to study before I do anything else so that I come prepared. So this is just some of the information that I found just on a quick search on some recent information that came out. So first off, what you're recommending is from the National CDC, Washington, DC, not the main state CDC, by this new information that you got and this guideline of this graph of green, red, yellow and orange.
That's correct. And,
Okay.
And to my knowledge, Member Scott, that the state of Maine language has not been adjusted.
That's what I read too,
Yes.
that they have not yet adjusted, and I couldn't find anywhere to see when they would be aligned with the CDC. I don't know if you heard anything.
We have not. I know that the standard operating procedure, which is issued by the Department of Education, has been rumored to be being worked on because of this new federal language, but we haven't been given a date or invited to a conversation for input specifically on that yet. I don't even know that the state officials knew that this information was going to be shared on Friday.
Okay.
I certainly did not.
Okay. So when we look at what recently has happened with the Maine CDC, and I'm getting this from both the Bangor newspaper, the Portland Press Herald, and there were a couple other sources that I saw, that just in the last 2 weeks, Maine has artificially high counts of new cases because of a massive backload of over 11,000 cases due to being overwhelmed by the Omicron in January. So those 11,000 cases were just recently added in the last couple of weeks. Now, that, in my opinion, would make a significant effect on the Washington, DC CDC, seeing that our numbers are all of a sudden spiking when maybe that's not necessarily the case of what's actually happening on the ground right now. And go
So
ahead.
I would fully agree with you, and I mean fully, because this is what I did all weekend. And I apologize for any confusion. We get materials ready for a packet on Thursday. And I wasn't at home when I did that. And then I had to do some traveling on Friday. So I found out about this in an airport. I wasn't pleased, but I get it. And it's not about me being pleased, but it was just a whole new area to navigate that we didn't anticipate. But to your point, there's articles like this talking about data that has been released by officials in Maine. We don't know when there might be a state change. We didn't anticipate the federal change, and we don't know that the data that the federal government has used to produce this table of us being high in this county at this time matches what we're living. And I think that that's part of where I'm struggling. And again, I apologize for any confusion because this has moved, but this has moved on
Yes.
us. to an
And I
extent also.
understand that, Jake, and I'm not trying to say that this is anything really, in my opinion, that you've done. I think that you've been navigating through this extremely well over what we've been going through. And I think it's actually a very difficult thing to look at when we see numbers different in different areas. And we hear all sorts of opinions all over the place. I think it's a really difficult situation to navigate through. But if I look at what the statistics are right now, or as of Friday, I mean, we have had a statewide decline in COVID patients. Actually, the numbers that were listed were 58% decline in the number of patients that are in hospitals. There was a significant number of patients that were no longer in intensive care and or on ventilators. And then after just hearing what you have been saying, and the reason that you put out this survey to the community is that we are actually seeing ourselves numbers dropping here in the community. You've got actual numbers from what you see, our pool testing. I trust that more than I trust the CDC right now, to be honest with you. So what I am suggesting, and what I would personally feel comfortable with, but I think that we need to have a discussion, is that we go with the original suggestion of optional masking on Monday, March 7th, and that the community needs to understand, though, that if we see this go up over this week after we've had February vacation and we see significant jump, that we may have to re-look at that. And I myself am more than willing to have this discussion again next Monday on the 7th to ensure that we are listening to our community and hearing it. I think this is top priority right now in our community. And I think we have a lot of parents out there, and I mean a lot. My phone was inundated in the last few minutes before we even got here, my emails with people saying, why is this happening? Why are you switching? They want the option, and well, I would want the option if I still had my kids in the schools too. And that's where I'm sitting right now. And I welcome more and more conversation, but that's what I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bowden.
Thank you. Okay, first, I have some things to say, but I do want to point out on the CDC's website, where they list the low, the medium, the high, and the recommendations for all three. Under the high, the very first thing it says is wear a well-fitting mask. And then it has a little number 1 next to it. And if you scroll down to the bottom to read what that little number 1 means, it says, at all levels, people can wear a mask based on personal preference, informed by personal level of risk. People with symptoms, a positive test or exposure to someone with COVID should wear a mask. So even the CDC is recognizing on their website that people do have a decision based on their personal preferences, and they should be informed on a personal level of what the risk is for that choice. I'm going to go a little personal here. For the first time since the pandemic hit, over this past week on vacation, we had a glimmer of hope in our house. My kids took your recommendation on Thursday as a promise. And I know it wasn't a promise. I know it's a recommendation. But as children who have had to be masked for the last 2 years while they're at school, they saw that little glimmer of hope and they ran with it. And they have been counting down the days. They are so excited on the way to school this morning. 1 more week, right, Mom? 1 more week and I can take my mask off. Yes, honey, that's right. 1 more week. That's what we're hoping for. So here we are in 2022, not 2020, and I can't believe I'm advocating for normalcy right now. Even New York City, the most extreme state with restrictions, lifted their masking mandates. I'm hearing from teachers and from the public, from the teachers who are teaching our youngest students. They're telling me we're inflicting damage developmentally and psychologically on these kids. the CDC's arbitrary high-low metrics to lift the masking, I just think it's flawed at best. Like Linda brought facts tonight, so I thankful I don't need to go into any of that, but it just doesn't seem correct. All I'm hearing from are parents who want the freedom to choose, from children and teenagers who want the freedom to choose. And I want to fight for, I saw something in your original recommendation about teachers still having to wear masks while they're sitting in meetings. I want to ask about that because that doesn't make any sense to me. Our athletes, I saw something about our athletes still possibly having to mask during games. I would challenge anybody to look at a newspaper over these last winter months at photographs of any athletic events happening. And please find me a picture where every student athlete, every coach, and every ref has their mask on correctly. Like at this point, why are we doing it? They're wearing their masks under their chins. Just as long as they're wearing their masks, though, they're fine. Like it's just a facade at this point. I just don't understand why we are forcing them to do something and we're not actually doing it correctly. So I'm in favor of dropping the masks of this as of the 7th. I understand where Linda's coming from with, if our pool testing is out of control at the end of this week and it looks like we've really spiked from vacation, I highly doubt that will happen. But if that happens, I'll come to an emergency meeting and we can discuss it again. But I think that we really need to give personal choice back to our parents and back to our students because it's their bodies. Like they should be able to make the decision to breathe fresh air or not. So, but I would like to ask about the meetings, if you wouldn't mind clarifying that.
Sure. So our staff survey came back about 50-50. And we certainly have some staff that have some vulnerabilities that don't exist for others. And when we have a staff meeting and you put everyone in a room, because they're employees, they don't necessarily get the choice to be in that space or not. Whereas in a classroom, they can navigate, keep a little more separation if need be. So really it was an attempt at consideration for those who might feel they're in high risk still. And so in a staff meeting, if people had their masks on, it would potentially create an environment that those who wish to have more barriers can't just not be there. They don't get that choice. And so that was the line of thinking on that. And as far as athletics go, this is all over the map. And I don't want to limit our students' ability to compete and or be in other events or academic or athletic or otherwise based on one school's current position and policy versus ours, which if approved tonight would be the more lenient of anyone, or there's a handful of those in the state. And so I wanted to put that in there so that students didn't lose their opportunities because there are other schools out there who have made statements that if you don't, then we will not compete.
So it's with the meeting and the teachers, I have to ask, if those who want to wear a mask truly believe that their mask is protecting them, why would it not protect them if the person next to them is not wearing a mask? The mask works, right? Like that's end of story. It shouldn't even be an argument. It should be a choice.
I think that could be debated. And I think a lot of people, maybe even in this crowd, would debate that. And I got to hear their inputs too. So
Sure.
that was what led to that thinking of, there's certainly some thinking behind masking as it protects one who's wearing it, but also, things that don't leave that person or as much as because of the mask. And science looks at those things, but I appreciate what you're saying too. Like,
Yeah.
you
No,
can
I-
understand my conundrum in trying to make a recommendation with changing information.
I get it. I just think, no, that's okay. Sorry about that. I just think if we're going optional masking, I think it's to be universal optional masking in Lewiston Public Schools for everybody. So I would add that to the recommendation, but I'll let someone else speak.
Ms. Hurd?
So I am new to the school committee and this is my first, I would say, hot topic meeting. Honestly, coming here, I said I was going to go two ways. I was either going to lose it or I was going to cry. Because as a parent, going off of what Janet said, I'm getting choked up now just thinking about it. My son was excited. He's a kindergartner. He has never had a normal school experience. And the end of February vacation, he is again counting the days until we were potentially getting rid of masks. And when I picked him up from school today and told him that I was coming here because I was heated, obviously, he cried. And my son does not cry often. Obviously gets hurt, he cries, but he is defeated at this point. And to see my kindergartner be defeated at that young of an age as a mom tears me apart. And I'm at a loss because I don't know. I feel for both sides. If you're afraid for your health, I understand that, and I 100% respect that. But for the other parents that are willing to take that risk, I will say my son contracted COVID 3 or 4 weeks ago. Melissa is his nurse. He tested positive in a pool and his rapid came back positive. He didn't have a single symptom. So if I did not have him enrolled in pool testing, we wouldn't have even known. I didn't test positive. I continued to test. My husband didn't test positive. My daughter didn't test positive. And I was taking that risk. And I'm okay with taking that risk because he was fine. And I understand there are some people that aren't, and I get that. I'm just asking to let parents be parents. And I know you said as a parent, that's a hard decision for you to make. But I think as a committee, we need to look at our community, and our community has spoken. We're in an elected seat. The citizens of this community elected us to this seat where we sit today. And they have spoken. They are asking us as a committee to allow them to make the option to choose what's best for their child. And I don't know how we can't listen to what they're saying. And I understand people say that the data is potentially flawed and that's only one metric, and I get that. But I also question the staff and the teachers that I know it came back 50-50. I talked to multiple staff today that said in order to take the survey, they had to request permission to take the survey. No, not your survey. Nope, not your survey, but they had to request to take the survey. And some of them were denied access. That's a skewed.
Sorry, I think the survey you're referencing is, it's a LEA survey, but they issue those surveys to members only. And so that might have been a snag.
No.
I don't know. I did not issue that survey and I didn't facilitate it.
I'm just saying that we can debate all day long that this party wasn't represented or that party wasn't represented or this is skewed or that is skewed. But I think that an overwhelming majority of people have said that they want people to have an option. And I'm not disregarding the CDC by any means, but I think we need to look at the CDC, like you said, it's prevention. Okay. One person dies every 36 seconds in the United States from cardiovascular disease, but the CDC isn't coming out and saying, you can't buy soda anymore, no more fast food and no fried food and no this and no that. It's their recommendation that you should not do those things. You should not participate in those things. I can't say that just because they recommend that we continue wearing masks that we should. I mean, I don't know. I, again, am with Linda and Janet and think that we need to give an option to parents. Let them decide what works best for them and their children. I mean, they're the parent.
Mr. Boparlo.
Thank you. I've been tossing and turning over this one, and my mind really isn't made up yet. And I look forward to members of the community going to the podium so we can hear from you. And again, as Ms. Hurd said, we're serving you and we want to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Ames.
I too want to hear what everyone has to say, but I also want to remember that a survey with a majority rules kind of aspect misses the point that those who are especially at risk are always going to be a minority. So a minority of people who are at risk or whose family members at home might be at risk can never overrule the vast majority of people who feel safe in a situation. I am of the opinion that you're wearing a mask protects me. I don't think I'm only protecting myself with this. I think that I'm also protecting you because it's possible that I'm contagious. I don't think so, but it's possible. So in that's my bottom line, is that I want the people who are at risk to be safe. And I think that everybody wearing a mask is the best way to go to protect the most vulnerable among us. So even if the majority disagree with that, that's not how I'm basing my opinion. My opinion is not majority. My opinion is protect the minority. So that's my opinion. And then I think the chances of a teacher being at risk is much higher than a young student, although there are some young students who will be at risk. So I think I would not be against being careful with the older population of teachers. So the sports I'm not going to weigh in on at all.
For the most part, I did ask a few students here and there. It wasn't a lot about what they thought about the idea of lifting mask mandates. And aside from a few that were really against or really for dropping the mask mandate, for the most part, I received just like a whatever. Like at this point, we've worn it enough that, you know, we're mostly used to it. And as long as we're actively and responsibly watching COVID levels and making sure that it isn't rising to a point where it could become dangerous, it should be fine to lift the mask mandate. And then there's also the option for students to wear it if they do think they're at risk. Like I personally, I have pretty bad asthma and I would probably going to still wear a mask just to keep safe. So like students still have that option. So if I'd probably still be for dropping the mask mandate at this point.
Mr. Chair, is there a way to have that mic pipe through anything? Or is it just for the recording? Because we can't hear them over here. Okay. Yeah. Or, yeah, you could step up to the podium. That has a mic.
In my opinion, you want me to go up there?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? In my opinion, I think that we shouldn't like make it optional. I don't feel it's safe. Like in school, there's over how many thousands of students. And like, even if some students are wearing masks, it's not only breathing, like through touch and stuff. And also there is a risk factor in like still while wearing masks, there is a risk factor. But then lifting it, you know, there's a risk. So why risking it at all? I don't think it's necessary to like lift it at all or have it be optional. I just think everyone should wear their mask, like safety. Like even if charts show you don't like it, even if charts show like there's still people getting sick. Like I've gotten sick from COVID before and multiple people that I know have gotten sick. So by making it optional, you're making it more of a risk factor to others, especially for people who are immunocompromised. They can get sick easily, or people with asthma, or people who can literally get sick. I don't think it's safe to make it optional at all. Thank you.
Ms. Parks.
Thank you. I have notes that are literally all over the place, so if I jump around, I apologize in advance. Back in August, I voted in favor of optional masking. I think that parents, students, teachers, everyone should have the choice whether or not they mask. And I still feel very, very strongly that way. The inconsistent data or possibly inconsistent data from the CDC, I think it goes in both ways. Over the last month, we have mass drop shipped home tests out to everybody. So pretty much everyone has tests in their homes, and those are not being recorded. So we could have half of the people in this room right now could have tested at home, and that data is not included on the CDC site because people aren't reporting those home tests. So I think it's skewed in a variety of different directions. It could be inaccurate in the other direction as well, that we have more positive cases in the community that aren't reflected because those tests are not being reported. So that equals unclear numbers. The backlog of reporting is also unclear numbers. I just made that point. It goes in both directions. The city of Lewiston has a 69% vaccination rate. I was trying to find, I know I had the data in the past of what kind of topples us over the sort of herd immunity level. But I don't think we're there yet, but we are nearing that, and that's a reassurance. I think there's a lot of frustration in the community, especially in the schools and with parents, that the goalpost keeps getting moved. When we started these conversations back in early 2020, it was just wait until we have this, and then just wait until we have that, and then just wait until we have vaccines, and shots in arms, butts in seats was the thing for a little while. And I feel like those goalposts keep getting moved, and that is very frustrating. At what point are we going to stop doing that and just go back towards some level of normalcy? I do lean more heavily towards optional at the lower transmission rate levels for the county and mandatory at the higher transmission rates, but then we're relying on data that might not be accurate. So I don't know how we reconcile that. I do have a concern if we do vote for optional masking as of the 7th, that's not giving us a large enough window for the incubation period from February vacation. Kids just went back to school today with the incubation period of 5 to 10 days. Next Monday, people might just start testing positive at that point. So if we're relying on test results from this week, those could very likely be negative at this point, but they're in an incubation period. So that gives me a little bit of pause of using the March 7th date. Yeah, so I'm kind of back and forth on it. I do really prefer people to have their own choice, but I'm just not sure if March 7th is the right date for that, or if we should have another week of data. And I would like to have an option where we can go back to mandatory masking if the levels jump again, but I'm not really sure how we do that if the CDC input is, the CDC data isn't accurate. I think that's all I have.
Anything else from the committee at this point? Mr. Superintendent.
So I guess before we have public comment, I want to share, if I can, up on the screen, the latest with the CDC consideration that I had pitched. And if we want, I can flip to the other language. And if there are questions about either one of them, or if someone, it might help stimulate thinking on what might be a motion, if that's okay.
Yep.
So this was the language that I shared out today. And again, this is a modification from what I shared Thursday. But I also think it was a rational response to new information that came out from the CDC on Friday. That was my take on this. And so one direction this committee could consider: masking becomes optional when our county community level is low or medium. So anything outside of high. The CDC will update this information using weekly data points. Again, we anticipate weekly, but I'm not making that as a promise. Competition still follow the most restrictive, respective to school guidelines for participants, staff, and fans. I articulated that. I also included transportation rules will follow the same criteria. That was unknown until Friday, and so that was potentially be a point of discussion. Number 2, discontinue pool testing. Again, we're not seeing a lot of results for what is a lot of work. And the CDC has said in their latest documentation that they will monitor community levels with their metrics. Number three, of course, we'll maintain having PPEs available for people who wish to have that in our spaces. And four, we revisit this on a monthly basis should our county or community level stay above, low, or medium. And I put some language at the bottom that I would maintain the ability to reverse and modify these actions as the levels are anticipated weekly and with consideration of other changes such as DOE operating procedure, expectations, et cetera. We could call an emergency meeting to review any of those. I wanted that to be in there that, as Member Scott mentioned, State of Maine CDC has not issued guidance since this came out. The Department of Education has not had an opportunity to review the state CDC guidance because it's not available to them to make any changes they may want to make. So some of this is really about timing. And so today, our county is at high, so we would have masks on. Friday, they could release new guidelines that would say that we're something other than high, at which point in time, masks would be optional in that specific criteria. That is one option amongst others. I can share the prior recommendation if you'd like, and also answer any questions you may have about a third or other pieces of each one of them.
Ms. Ames?
Oh, thank you, because I had my hand up before. That's right. Okay, well, back to my question about March 7th. That's why I didn't understand March 7th, because it wasn't here.
It's in the prior.
It was in the prior.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here you have getting rid of pooled testing, and basing it on the CDC metric for the county. Whereas earlier today, you talked about basing it on this on the pooled testing. So again, forgive me, but that was my source of confusion.
So prior to the CDC recommendation came out Friday, in my thinking for the document that went out Thursday, I was saying keep pool testing, make masking optional.
Yeah.
And then if masks are off, you're at least monitoring. But then in the CDC's announcement, they announced that this is their monitoring tool. So I'm like, if it's not our metric and the CDC has a monitoring tool, that was the shift in language for me from last recommendation to this one.
So now
So this is not dependent on March 7th or a specific date, the most
right,
recent.
that's what I thought.
The other one, which I think is still on the table, which I left included in the packet,
Okay.
has a date on it. So
Okay.
things that need to be
And-
determined, is masking going to be optional or not? At what point in time or under what criteria?
Mhm.
And then those other little pieces that go with it.
Like pool testing versus CDC
Pool versus
county
CDC,
measure.
yes. Yeah.
And what I raised my hand before about was the wastewater testing, which is also available if you look on the CDC site. So it's not just case counts, and it's not just positive percentage, and it's not just hospitalizations, but it's also the wastewater testing they're doing now. And Lewiston is, and Auburn too, but Lewiston is quite high on that measure. It's coming down, but it's still quite high. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's lower than Presque Isle, but Presque Isle is the highest. It's very, very high. So that's where the CDC is getting its designations, putting those three things together to make it green, yellow, or orange. Anyway. So we don't know what's on the table yet, I guess is what's happening, right? There's no particular proposal on the table. Okay, that's why I'm getting confused about all these different things, mutual exclusive things being put on the table. All right. Sorry.
And I apologize for that. I think in typical times, I don't make habit of that. I think that the new information that came out Friday and as I digested over the weekend led to some other thinking.
Ms. Parks?
I forgot, one of the things I wanted to mention was the pooled testing. Regardless of masking, I would prefer to continue with pooled testing for a little bit longer. As Ms. Hurd pointed out, her son had 0 symptoms and he tested positive, and had it not been for the pooled testing, they wouldn't have known that he was positive, and that would have created an even bigger transmission risk in the classroom. So I think that the pooled testing is a lot more reliable and gives us a more local sample versus what we have on the CDC site. And so I think that the pool testing should continue at least for a little bit longer, with or without masks, since the CDC data may not be super reliable. That gives us a more accurate sample locally.
So that would be more option A, which was continue with pool testing. March 7th becomes optional, and some other components.
Or we can mix and match from them both and create our own option.
Absolutely.
All right.
Menu.
Ms. Hurd?
So I agree with Ms. Parks about keeping pool testing. I am fine with the pool testing if that gives us optional masking. One point that I did write down here that I forgot to share when I spoke the first time is that I did get a couple emails from teachers in Monmouth who did go optional in their district. And they said morale was up. Students who previously were not engaged were engaged. Kids were excited. Teachers that chose to wear masks were excited to see their smiling kids' faces again. Kids were excited to be in school. They were excited to be learning. They were excited. And I think they have been deprived for the last 2 years for that experience. And if we can give them just a little bit of that to, get us through the rest of the year, I think we need to look at that as an option.
I'm sorry, I keep adding. I think that's an important thing to note. RSU 12, RSU 2, and I believe there are a handful of others that have either started with optional masking or are already approved in their committee level by policy to go to it within the next 2 weeks. The other thing that could happen here is there's not enough vote to go one way or the other. And I guess I would be looking for some direction if this is some kind of a split vote, that the policy that is in place that was adopted at the end of August was to have masks on and then make them optional should community indicators dictate to do so. I would say that this CDC chart at a minimum would be our community indicator. So this could end split. Friday, we could find out that we're medium, and I would be, again, with some direction from the committee, inclined to say it becomes optional. Friday could still be high and it's a moot point.
Ms. Bowden?
I just want to point out that the vote that we took and that we agreed upon stated, because I specifically made a motion to try, or an amendment to be in the low or the medium for optional masking. And it was turned down and it was passed as low only. Could you make that? If I remember correctly, it was low transmission only. You could then move us to optional masking. Like you had the authority to do that, but not in a medium. So.
And I think you're right now that you say that. I can double check notes. This is a different scale and metric system altogether, just to share that too.
Yeah, I don't have much to say, but I guess my question would be, if we did pass that optional masking, then what's the difference between approving it for tomorrow versus Monday? Because if we were to say that it's really up to your discretion in a sense, then what's the difference in the dates?
I mean, if this went fully my discretion, which I would rather see a vote. If this went fully my discretion, I would be looking at, again, as I said earlier, my belief in my own family, which I think has to resonate with myself, would be to look at how we get to masking being optional and having choice be back in place. But I think short of me making up my own, which I'd rather not do, I would trust an organization like the CDC to provide this. The difference in this language versus the prior scale is they're saying low medium is optional for masking versus the high where it's not. As far as the date is concerned, I'd be staring at the screen on Friday, hitting refresh to see what that says for the county. If I was making my own choice. As far as March 7th, the reason I picked the 7th was to allow for pool testing this week post travel, so that while the incubation cycle never stops as it spreads, it was to do pool testing this week to see if there's any kind of just abnormal spike that might make us tap the brakes. That's why I waited till March 7th as a date.
But within your recommendation, though, you didn't really state that. As far as what Ms. Eames was trying to question, there is no data point that you're saying this is the cutoff. So I'm not understanding the differentiation.
I think it's a very fair question. So in the first recommendation, I'd like to just go to option A and B because it's really what my intent was. But so in the first recommendation, it's a date. It's March 7th. It gives you a week to pool test when people being back. If data continues to trend that way, we move to optional masking. In option B, it hinges on the determination of this scale when it comes out. So let's say it comes out hypothetically on Fridays. If that comes out on Friday and it's low or medium, according to the CDC language, that would prompt optional masking. And that would align to the CDC's language or their recommendations, I should say.
Ms. Hurd?
Sorry, I just have one more thing. So CDC recommendation is saying that our county or whatever is high transmission. I understand that, but do we, I mean, we all understand it, but we do realize that the only place that our children are wearing their masks are in school. So if we are in high transmission, when they go to Walmart and when they go to Hannaford and when they go to wherever they're going, they are not wearing masks. So our governor doesn't think that we're in high enough transmission to require masks out into the general public, but we are using those CDC guidelines to tell us that it's high enough for us to wear masks in school.
That's how it's written.
It wasn't a question. It was just kind of like a more of a statement, I guess.
Ms. Scott?
Thank you. So I too want to hear from who we have here in the audience tonight and hear what has to be said. But, you know, that was just the most common sense thing just said by Member Hurd. I mean, and if we think about this, that's the reality of it. I mean, I have grandkids that are in the schools. My grandson does the pre-K program here at the high school, right over here, and has to wear a mask. And he doesn't wear a mask anywhere else. And we do have compromised people in my family. He comes to my home and visits. They've actually been staying with us quite a bit. And my husband, as some people know, is severely compromised. And we're very cautious about this. And I would recommend option A. I really think that, and I know that this isn't going to be the opinion of everybody, but I am going in favor of continuing the pool testing, as Megan had said, and that we make it optional for the folks. But I'd still like to hear from everybody else. And that is where I'm leaning more towards giving them the option, making it optionable next week.
Ms. Bowden?
And I just want to clarify one more time. I really truly believe if we are going mask optional, first, you know, everyone needs to be mindful of one another in the school district. If, you know, Elizabeth's wearing a mask, I am not going to say anything to Elizabeth about the fact that she's wearing a mask and vice versa. And I think that it needs to be universal in our school district, not just our kids can go, but our teachers still have to mask. Like, I really, really, truly believe it needs to be a universal policy because, you know, these same teachers, and I feel for the immune compromised, I get it, but those same teachers are now teaching in classrooms with kids that are unmasked. So what is the difference if a fellow teacher is unmasked or a student in their classroom is unmasked? Like, I really don't understand why that would have to be necessary. So I also would go for option A. I do want to hear what the public has to say though. So thank you.
And just to reiterate, if we have a staff meeting in a place like the high school, there's 200 people in a room. And I think that's when we talk about people who are sensitive to the setting, that was the reason I put that in that first recommendation.
And no, and I completely understand, but we also have a cafeteria where 300 plus kids go every single day from the beginning of the school year without a mask and sit down and eat and are in each other's faces. So I just don't know. 200 people, thousands of people in the high school, if masks go optional, they're going away, you know? I just think we need to give teachers the choice to take their masks off too.
Ms. Parks?
Option A did include that teachers in staff meetings have to wear masks, right?
I put in the
so it's
caveat for only during staff meetings. And
So-
again, built off of that, if a principal calls a staff meeting and it's in a space as a kind of a term of employment, you don't just not go to those meetings. Those are set up for everyone to be present.
So option A, you're saying option A with like an amendment for the teacher piece of it. Okay.
Right.
And then I had another question. Some of the feedback that we received, or at least emails that I received, stated that teachers who are at a higher risk, if it goes back optional, they may not feel comfortable in their classrooms, and they would have to implement different seating in the classrooms or different interaction levels. How is that going to play out for students who choose to be optional, for parents who would choose for their students to not wear masks, and then the teacher is saying, well, I want this to happen in my classroom? How are we going to ensure consistency from one classroom to another?
I think kind of more along the lines of what Member Bowden was saying is that this was more universal except for that one space. And I can see the rationalization either way. But I think if this committee votes on either of these options, once the criteria is met, or if it's just decided by date, it's universal in whatever that language is. So the policy becomes the expectation for the entire district.
So for a teacher who's not comfortable with X amount of kids in their class without masks, what do they have? What options do those teachers have beyond this?
We can continue to provide what we've been providing. We will make accommodations if we need to by way of FMLA or things like that. But those concerns will absolutely be brought to me with staff who are feeling immunocompromised and that the workplace is a hazard. And so that those are individualized cases and it's one at a time, but we had those concerns come up this past fall, even with masking in place, as it was deemed by some to not be enough.
So for those teachers, it would be an accommodation conversation for them, not just they can change their classroom makeup from one class to the next.
It would follow the law. We have thousands of students. We can't just start changing schedules all around. And this was part of the hard part of the conversation when we were making accommodations before, that we were committed to be in person. I think we all agree that the remote option is just not what it needs to be. So in that agreement to be in person, going all the way back to last May, when we said to people that we're back to work in person by June, and if you need accommodations to let us know. We can't host kids and do teaching and learning if we don't have our staff actively participating in that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's time for us to open this up to the public. I'll just remind the public that please, when you go to the podium, that you identify yourself, who you are, where you live, and if you have an affiliation with Lewiston Public Schools. Try to keep it brief. We'd like everybody to have an opportunity, but we're going to cut people off at 3 minutes. I'll time it best as I can, but that would give everybody an opportunity if they choose to speak. It doesn't have to be repetitive. If you go to the mic and say, I agree with the last 3 people that spoke and we're in support of masking or not in support of masking, that's fine. We're just trying to keep this at a level where we can hear what folks have to say, understand where you're coming from, but try not to let's not beat a dead horse if we could. So I'd open it up to the public. Anyone in the public would like to speak to the committee about the agenda item that we have is about masking. Go ahead, Jay.
Hello, Chairperson Damon, members of the school committee. My name is Jay Rich. I'm an ELL teacher at McMahon Elementary School, and I'm also the interim president of the Lewiston Education Association. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our membership. Last week, we polled LEA members. There was an initial LEA members in regards to their thoughts on the recommendation that Superintendent Langlois sent out the Thursday before break. Yes. Yes, there was an initial link that went out and asked members to request access. I fixed that link immediately and resent it via email individually for those who requested it, and I posted it multiple times on the LEA Facebook. The survey was open for a week and 3 days. In that survey that I shared with Superintendent Langlis, we found half of our members are in favor of reducing mask restrictions when there is a decrease in the spread of COVID-19, while the other half still does not feel comfortable being in a closed space with students without masking. I'd like to take a few moments to read some of the verbatim responses from our members. One said, "I feel strongly that masking should remain for the year." Another said, "I work in kindergarten. My students don't keep germs to themselves. Instead, they share everything. Masking was at least one way to protect them and myself from COVID spreading. We are finally having regular attendance. I went months with having an average of 4 to 5 kids absent every day. I am high risk. My son is at high risk. My mother-in-law who cares for my son is at high risk. I teach primary level where we work close contact. The only comfort I have is that we have masks and most of my class pool tests weekly. If LPS changes the mandatory masking, I fear I will lose my job and health over this, as my teaching style will drastically change. I cannot risk my health to teach a student who's unmasked within 3 to 6 feet. I cannot calm down a student who is in an escalated behavior from 6 feet away unmasked. I also cannot afford to lose my job. I cannot afford the extra stress in knowing that this will change my classroom climate. On the other hand, we had some members say, most students aren't wearing them correctly anyway. I can still wear mine and feel comfortable. I am comfortable if others don't want to wear a mask. However, I will still choose to mask when my students are present. So our membership was 50-50 on this, and it's a tough issue. And as Superintendent Langlis said, there is not a decision that will make everyone happy, but I hope that sharing the insights of teachers will educate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, so can everyone hear me? So I'm Kristen Cloutier. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and I'm a parent of a student at Lewiston Middle School. And I apologize, first of all, I want to thank you all for your service, because I know your job is really hard. I've sat in your seat before. And I don't have comprised thoughts, so this might be a little bit stream of consciousness. But I wanted to respond to some of the conversation that's been happening on the committee tonight. And I don't at all want it to sound like I'm debating with any of you, but I do want to sort of offer a different perspective. So for every student who was running around thrilled that masking was becoming optional, there's probably one feeling extremely anxious. And I want to make sure that we're recognizing that. And that for me as a parent breaks my heart. I also want to just say that a child who tests positive at school and is asymptomatic, like that's great that your child did not feel sick, but it doesn't mean that that child cannot expose other immunocompromised people to the illness and get them sick. And I think it's important for us to recognize that. I want to also say that I don't know how other people are grocery shopping, but when I go grocery shopping, I'm not sitting down next to unmasked people for 6 to 8 hours at a time. I'm constantly moving. And so I think that making the comparison of grocery shopping to schools and learning in schools, that's apples and oranges. That's not apples and apples. I want to agree with what Ms. Parks said, that pool testing this week is not going to give us accurate results about what happened over break and whether students got more infected, because we're not allowing enough time for those infections to become reality. And also I'll respond that for goalposts to stop moving, we need consistency. And pandemics, unfortunately, don't offer us that opportunity. And then if we want to err on the side of consistency, then we should probably stay the course. It was reported in NPR last week that the Maine CDC is coming out with revised recommendations for masking in schools. When I read that, I reached out to Superintendent Langley after reading his initial recommendation, confused as to why we are pushing at the school committee level tonight to make a decision about masking when we know that the Maine CDC is going to come out with its own recommendations in 2 weeks. And so again, if we're not going to wait for the Maine CDC to give us a revised recommendation, I would ask that we go with the revised recommendation from Superintendent Langley's that was released late this afternoon, so that we're not backtracking and further moving that goalpost that we talked about earlier. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Amanda Kaijanian. I am a resident of Lewiston and the parent of a third grader. Freedom of choice. You asked for our input via survey, and I don't think we as a community were allowed enough for you. As a parent of a third grader new to this school district this year, the last time she had a normal classroom setting, like many other children, was March of 2020. She was in first grade. I know she's not alone when I say she has her own day-to-day struggles. Her anxiety tops the list, and it's elevated. So her sensory intake, she feels everything from the bumps on her socks to the seams in her pants to the mask scratching her face or pulling on her ears. The mask that she's forced to wear 5 days a week. And should she pull it down to take a breath, she gets in trouble, words from a 9-year-old, for not having it on correctly, which also increases her anxiety because she doesn't want to mess up. She doesn't want to be the bad kid. It's extremely hard as a parent to have no real concrete reasoning as to why she needs to wear a mask to school every day, yet masks are not required in so many day-to-day activities. Our children's freedom is being decided by a county's community level. It's absurd and unrealistic. There are far too many factors that go into that determination, many of which are out of our control. Our children deserve better. Our children deserve to see their teacher smile at them or give them the quick knock it off facial expression, which they have been deprived of for 2 years now. Facial expressions are a crucial part of development and socialization. I'm not asking for much, simply for us to be able to make a choice. My daughter just started wearing glasses. We picked them up on Thursday. The first thing she said, I can't wear these glasses at school, Mom. My mask is going to fog up. Her anxiety started to perpetuate. But I had good news. We were possibly going to be able to have an option to not wear a mask. And I had to call her today and tell her I was coming here to advocate for her. And I couldn't have a good night call with her because I was going to be here advocating for her to continue to have that option as it was originally proposed. So I thank you all for being here. I know it's not an easy seat to be in. Please give us the choice. It's their body. We are the parents. Please give us the choice. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Gabriella Thomas. I'm a sophomore at the high school. And I just wanted to say, when I read that email the other day, that mask would be optional, I was so excited. I think I read that email like 20 times that day. I just couldn't believe we were going back to some form of normalcy because I've been at the high school for 2 years already, and I've only known wearing a mask. And I get that people are worried about COVID. I really do, because being immune compromised could be scary. But if you wear the mask and other people don't, you are still protecting yourself, I feel. And like when I go out in public, when I go to my field hockey practices, or when I go shopping with my friends, masks aren't required. And even at lunch at school, like there's like 300 people in the cafeteria sitting there without masks on. And that's the only time in school I really get to not wear a mask and breathe and enjoy my day a little bit. It just confuses me because when I go somewhere, there's not masks aren't required, and I go somewhere and they're not required. Why I have to wear it at school if there's less people than there is in public? So I would just like to have masks be optional so I can have some form of normalcy in my high school years.
My name is Shad Masood. I'm a resident of Lewiston, and my family lives here as well, and I have a kindergartner. I'm also a nurse in the emergency room here at one of the hospitals. So I've sent letters to every school board member and Jake, and I don't think data is really going to affect this decision here, but I just think of masking as hygiene now. And if we made hand washing optional at restaurants, I don't know what you guys would be doing, but I certainly would be questioning that. And this is where we're going with masking. It's the equivalent of sharing a space, sharing community, and taking care of one another. So I get it. It's a struggle. It's a struggle to get my kid to brush their teeth. It's a fight. It's a struggle to get them to wash their hands sometimes, but we work on it. We develop resiliency. We teach them to take care of their body, to take care of other people, and take care of the community. So I wish you guys would look at masking from that perspective, that by wearing a mask, you're also saying, I want to take care of you, and I want to take care of you as well. And we have a virus that with each infection has a chance to mutate. It has mutated many times already. And it could be the Lewiston variant at some point. We do not know. So this rush to be at the bleeding edge of taking masks off when you don't know where the science is going to go just doesn't seem to equate in my mind. You need to wait. March 7th is too early. You need to let things play out a little bit. Kids have had practice. Many kids have taken this opportunity to decorate their mask, buy cool masks, and they're supporting each other also. It's camaraderie as well. So I would recommend after April break, after people have mingled, traveled, the weather is better. And I also agree that we should be looking at these metrics like wastewater, transmission rates, CDC recommendations. So I feel like all this debate is because you're on the bleeding edge, and being on the bleeding edge has its consequences. And I appreciate that you guys want to be connected to the community. And I appreciate that you're here. I think that this is a tough job, but you have an opportunity to wait and see. And so if you can't postpone this decision about optional masking, I would recommend at least Plan B, where at least you're gathering some more data and guidance. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Nick Knowlton, two students at Lewiston High School. First, I'd like to thank the committee members, teachers, nurses, and administration for your efforts over the last 2 years. It's been no small feat and certainly not fault of your own. We are aware and appreciative of that, so thank you. I'm here tonight to stand up for my own kids, but in reality, for all students. The kids and parents were polled and 73% were in favor of optional masking. They've been patient, they've followed the rules, they've gone above and beyond. They've been doing this for two years now. They've even done so when it was very obvious that the rules didn't make any sense. It's well known that kids are statistically least affected by this virus, yet they're the most punished. The kids have sacrificed enough. They've missed out on graduations, proms, sporting events, as well as normalcy in their daily lives and in the classroom. The reality is the majority of these kids do not wear masks for 1 second outside of class. They hang out maskless after school and on the weekends. So why are we still pretending that this is somehow the solution? As a community and as parents, we're all tired. We're tired of the overreach. We're tired of the selective statistics and the flip-flopping, both on local and national levels. Most importantly, we're tired of having our children be used as political pawns. COVID rates are down everywhere, including here. Around the country, New York City is dropping mandates in 2 days, and California just a few days later. Florida never had a mandate, and just across the bridge, St. Dom's and all the other Catholic schools are ending theirs on March 7th. As adults, we should be ashamed that we've continued this for 2 years at the expense of our children, their education, and their emotional well-being. For those that wish to continue wearing masks, wear them. Nobody's going to stop you. That is your right. What I'm asking of our school committee tonight is that you restore that same right to the majority of kids who would choose not to wear a mask. It's time to unmask our children. Thank you.
My name is Ethan Medor.
I'm a Lewiston resident. I have a 9th grader and a 7th grader in the school system. What Nick just said, it kind of took a lot of what I was going to say. I'd recap on a couple things though. You know, what's in front of you guys right now, most seems to be, you know, we had option A and then we have option B. Option B, the only weight that carries is a CDC metric. And that CDC metric is county-wide. It's not Lewiston school system wide. It's not child specific wide. It's the entire county. As Nick pointed out, and it's absolutely documented, that children are the lowest risk category out there. So we're going to take a county-wide metric and we're going to apply it to children, the least at risk. How does that make any logical sense? Could you find a better metric to use? Maybe if you scour long enough, you could. I'd be willing to bet good money you're not going to find a metric that targets or hones in specifically on children of a certain age group or individuals of a certain age group. You'd have to do a lot of weeding to get to that point. So this idea that we'll take a CDC metric, because after all, it's a CDC, who's using broad sweeping information because their target audience, if nothing else, is not you, not me. It's the state of Maine. It's the United States. It's much broader. I think we need to keep this a lot more on the local level. I think option A was exactly up the right course. I agree that, you know, as a parent, and I can respect your situation. I mean, you have a job to do to represent the entire community, and you have a job to do for your children and your family. And as a father, I completely get that. It still goes back to the same point. That metric is virtually useless in this specific situation. So if you want to use a metric that is other than what we've already done, what you've already done, which is cast as wide a net as possible and say, hey, give us some feedback, people. And they gave you feedback, overwhelmingly gave you feedback. This is a non-issue. They voted, let it be. It's time to take the masks off. Enough damage has already been done. I'll second what some people have already said. It's hard on the kids. It's very hard on the kids, and the emotional toll and the psychological toll is going to be there well after they get or do not get this virus. I see it in my children. You know, there's a lot of conflicting information out there about what masks can and can't do and what the risks are to the person if they have like breathing problems, whatever. My 8th grader, my 7th grader does not have breathing problems. She's a very energetic young child. She comes home every stinking day with a headache. And if she gets out there and gets oxygen at the end of the day or has mask breaks throughout the day, she's doing pretty good. She puts that mask on, constant headaches. And I've heard it, oh, come on, that's ridiculous. The science says otherwise. Well, you know what? Science says a lot of things that cannot reflect what each individual or certain groups go through. And my daughter is living proof that that's happening. I told her the email that I got today, the update saying, hey, we might have a different option here. And she broke down into tears and she said, Dad, can we move? And I said, why? And she said, because if there's another school where I don't have to do this crap, I don't want to. And I said, well, let's talk about that. And we talked about it. And it was emotional outpouring after emotional outpouring. Stuff that I begged her to communicate with me about throughout all of this, because I knew it couldn't be easy on the kids. But she kept it. And then her older sister, the floodgates opened up. The kids have had enough. And if you think for a second that keeping them in masks is going to keep people safe, I'm not even going to debate whether it'll keep a virus away from someone. What I will guarantee you is you're going to see an emotional fallout on the other side of this like you've never seen before. You know, you get a lot of tensions in the school, things that have popped up. You know, talk about, you know, social media and the damage that it's doing and the kids not handling it correctly. I completely agree. There's a lot of stuff in here in them that's coming unglued and they need to deal with that. And the only way they're going to be able to deal with that is if they see a trajectory for themselves and for their families and for their siblings and for the people around them
that allows them to get back to something that actually feels like life. So option A at the very least. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Pendexter. I teach at Lewiston Middle School. I'm not, although I am an LEA member, I'm not representing the LEA at this moment. My concern with masking is kind of twofold. I see that we are protecting other students when we mask. We're protecting ourselves. And I'm also concerned about the style of mask. So CDC, we've talked a lot about that tonight. If we continue to provide students with just the surgical mask or with the cloth mask, two-way masking needs to be continued. If we then provide students with a KN95, the equivalent, then CDC is then recommending that one-way masking will work for the person that's compromised. I'm concerned because today students and I had conversations about it. They were excited when they had heard that potentially in another week, we could be able to have the option of wearing masks. But then there was also conversations among them of, well, are you going to continue to wear a mask? Are you going to continue to wear a mask? And I'm concerned and just bring up the fact that some students, especially at the middle level and high school level, may end up feeling pressured to end up unmasking, even though their parents may not want them to. I don't have a recommendation for that as to what, as a school board, you want to do with that information. But I felt it was important that you know that that is also a possibility of, even though we as educators are constantly listening and looking out and trying to make sure that students are not teased, bullied, picked on for their personal choices, I certainly don't want the choice of them continuing to mask to be another point, because they will not have equality at that point. And not all families are going to be able to afford the better masking. So I'm hoping that the school system will still be able to provide the stronger, more protective masks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kara Corshane and I'm a resident of Lewiston and my daughter is in kindergarten. I know that the entire school department is overwhelmed by staffing shortages. I think every day, superintendent, you send out an email or a text to families saying which buses won't run and which vans will be out. And I think that if we reduce COVID mitigation strategies without a full understanding of what the numbers are, and I think that there have been like some stats picking and choosing here happening, we risk further exacerbating those problems. No one wants to mask longer than they have to. I don't want to mask longer than I have to. And I also think that if we do this prematurely, then we are just prolonging this issue. And we all have this desperate need to get back to normalcy. I feel it. My kid feels it. I think we all feel it. And I think that the quickest way back to normalcy is to stay the course. And I just want to put out there that if you're making the decision tonight with the caveat that you're available next Monday to come back for an emergency meeting, that might be a clue that it is the wrong move. So I hope that folks take into account what people have said about teachers and students who are immunocompromised and hope that we make the decision that is for the folks who need that protection and support. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gary Gibson. My daughter is a 10th grader at the high school. When I got that email from you last week was the first time in over 2 years that I could actually see a light in this tunnel. Told my daughter the light that shined in that girl's eyes to think that she can go to school in that building right over there for the first time without having to wear a mask, to have a real high school experience, was something I can't tell people what it means to be the parent of a child that actually wants to go to school now. Because right now, she could care less about going to school, because to her, it doesn't matter. You have killed her will to go to that building with a mask. It's the only time she puts a mask on anywhere. She goes to Portland, plays field hockey in a dome with, I don't even know how many girls go in that. Gabby over there can tell you. They go there, they never wore a mask. They were in a dome, running around, sweating all over each other. Everything else they do, they go out to eat after, they're at a restaurant, no mask. Monday, they come to school, they wear a mask. It's the only time we are putting masks on our children. And you guys, if you want to wear a mask, go ahead. I'm not telling you, you can't wear one. And I'm not saying, I'm going to say you're an idiot for wearing one. I'm just saying, let my daughter go to school, not wearing a mask and enjoying the last 2.5 months of school and maybe the last 2 years of high school. Because at this point, you're going to have kids drop out as soon as they can because they don't want to be there anymore. When there's kids that are going to St. Dom's starting next week at a high school that are her friends and they're not wearing masks and she's still got to wear a mask. And you could tell me about the size of the schools and all that. Well, tomorrow night, we're going to watch Mr. Biden give his speech. And all of a sudden today, they dropped the mask mandates so that he can speak in front of everybody not wearing a mask. Or they can wear a mask. It's their option. And that's all we're asking for, is the option for our kids to not have to wear one. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue St. Hilaire. I'm a teacher at Lewiston High School. Chair Damon, Superintendent Langlays, and the committee, thank you for taking the time to hear everyone's concerns tonight. I'm worried that we're rushing a decision before the main CDC comes out with a recommendation. I think the current CDC recommendations that we have should be used as a metric to determine, I'll put this here, to determine or to continue mandatory masking. Once it does drop to a level lower than high, then maybe we can switch it and go optional. That's just my opinion. Removing a masking mandate, Superintendent Langlays, you said that we may need to restart contact tracing. So I feel just by saying that statement might mean we are putting the cart before the horse right now. We're making a rash decision before we know all of the ramifications about it. Once we remove masking, it's going to be really hard to put them back on if we decide on Monday that we need to go back to masking. As a teacher sitting in front of a class, having students not think they're going to be masking and then having to tell them they have to put the mask on, that's going to be really hard. And we have other things that we need to be doing. I'd like everybody to take a look up on the ceiling. We have this is a new school. We have some really nice air circulation going on in here. At the high school, we don't. My classroom does not have adequate ventilation. I've asked it to be checked, and it's below. So if we are taking masks off now or we're going optional, I'm going to be in a classroom that does not have adequate ventilation along with my students. I cannot open windows right now. It's 10 degrees out. If we rely only on pool testing, what is the reliability? I know that Superintendent Langlays did say that there was some questions about it at one point. Also, what percentage of students and staff are being pool tested and how does that compare to the whole community? I've had many students this year who have been positive, and thankfully, because we have all worn masks, I have been fortunate enough not to contact COVID. Of course, I don't go shopping. I don't go out to eat. I go shopping. I wear a mask. I don't go out to eat, haven't been out to eat in a long time because I need to be at school teaching my students. Calling out sick is really hard right now because there are not enough subs. Also, I have immunocompromised people in my family, so it is a very big concern. As a teacher, having to be in students' space, when you teach, you can't be here. If you need help with math, I need to come closer. If you don't have a mask on, and I'm concerned about my family's health, that is going to be really hard. I'm going to be honest. We also already have shortages with subs. If you have 50% of your teachers who are saying they're going to be very concerned about this, how many of them are not going to be able to continue teaching? And then what kind of decision making are you going to make next week when you don't have enough teachers in your classrooms? My daughter is an ICU nurse. She's been through the worst experiences in her life. I just think that's really important to keep in mind as we discuss whether or not CDC is making a good recommendation for our community, and the resources that it offers. Again, I'm willing to concede that if the CDC determines transmission rate is at a low to medium rate, I guess I will feel comfortable at that point. We'll open windows. Hopefully we'll be getting the air circulation looked at with the CDC money. But I'd be okay with that becoming optional. I just want to thank you all. I know this is not an easy decision. I feel for students who don't want to come to school because they have to wear masks. I feel really bad about that. And I don't want to wear a mask, but it's for all of us. It's not just for me. It's not for my family. It's for my students, and it's for our community. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Michael Roy. I'm a parent of 2 high school students. Thank you for taking the time, committee and superintendent. I remember at the beginning of the school year when, Jake, you were being berated by parents. I felt it was my job to come down here and speak with you. We had a great conversation and I backed everything you said. That was so good of you to do that. And I agreed fully of what you did because you were protecting my family and my kids. And my sister, Sue St. Hilaire, who is a teacher at the high school, she, we see things a lot alike. And for her, right now, I get phone calls at 5:30 in the morning saying bus 9, bus 16, bus 22 are not running because you guys don't have enough people to do that. When you make masking voluntarily or whatever, you're putting teachers at risk. And you've got 50% of those teachers right now that are saying, no, we need to keep masks. I took that survey also. I could have voted on that survey 3 times, if not more. So those numbers are definitely, you have 3/4 of the people saying that masking should be optional. Are those true numbers? I think not at all. My kids, when we go out, they wear masks. We go to the grocery store, they wear masks because we're doing our job. We're doing our due diligence. That's the way we feel. And we're protecting you and us. And again, when you have teachers that have to go to school and all the kids are not wearing masks, it's not fair to them that when they have families that have people in their families that are compromised, and to bring that home. And then when you have children at a young age and they're not wearing masks, they bring that stuff home to us. So I think at the very least, option B, and like she said, the CDC recommendations, the Maine state recommendations, I think that's what we need to go to. And I think we're jumping too fast at this. We're really jumping too fast because I'm sick of wearing a mask. But you know what? I feel it's my right thing to do. I need to do that. And I appreciate your time and thank you for the hard decision you're going to have to make.
Hi, Heather Benson. I'm a resident of Ward 7 and I have 2 students at the high school. And I have to tell you that my kids have never hated school as much as they have the last 2 years, having to come to school with a mask on every day. They both work in local restaurants and they're going to work serving food to the public and they are not wearing masks while they're at work. The only place that they are required to wear them is when they come to school, and they're tired of it. They keep saying, you know, when is this ever going to end? The rules keep changing. Everyone keeps changing the deadlines and the metrics, and when is it ever going to end? They can't see a light at the end of the tunnel. Last week they started to, and today that hope was crushed. It's time to give choice back to the parents. And, you know, they're not saying that anyone that wants to wear a mask shouldn't be allowed to. That's their choice, but that's the thing, it should be a choice. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Marissa, and I'm a ninth grader at the high school. And I feel that masks should be optional because in school, I feel like it causes headaches. And for me, I get really tired from it, and it causes me not to be able to focus as well. And I feel like that can have a huge impact on learning. And I respect the ones that want to wear a mask and that feel safe with that. But I feel like other kids, it needs to be able to not have to wear a mask. It causes more anxiety, and yeah. With doing track, we've had to wear a mask indoor, and with heat in the school, it was really hard to breathe, and we had to actually open the windows just to get a little bit of fresh air. And it was really hard. And I feel like, especially when running, you're not like super close. And I just feel like, especially when you are doing sports, you need like oxygen to your body. And I feel like it's causing a lot more harm to our bodies than good. And I feel like it should definitely be an option. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Lisa and I'm Marissa's mom. And I very strongly agree that mask should be an option. I do have a 8th grader, and obviously Marissa is a freshman. And especially my 8th grader, you know, all kids have suffered, but every day I hear it from her. So much has been lost, Mom, so much disappointment. And yes, you know, I've seen it with my daughter. Both of them are actually into sports, and it makes it very difficult to perform running, especially with the mask on. You can't breathe, causes high anxiety. So I definitely support, especially a lot of the points that Nick made. Just please give us, you know, the option. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brittany Fortier. I have a 2nd grader and a 5th grader at Geiger. I'm here tonight for them. This year's been the first time I've ever heard them say they don't love school. They've always been involved in sports. We've always done field trips. I've always chaperoned. We've gone to dances. All of that has been taken away from them. It's really sad that a 2nd and a 5th grader are saying that when it's prime years of fun in school. You know, maybe a high schooler saying it because they want to sleep in late or something. That's understandable. But I know in elementary school, I looked forward to it just like they did. It's time. You know, we talk about the ventilation. They're masked all day and they can barely breathe. You know, this is a newer school. That's different. School's the only place they wear it. They do gymnastics, they do boxing, and the only place they have to go with a mask is at school. Deadlines have been pushed. We were promised at the beginning of the year that it would get talked about, and it's kind of been blown over. I feel like I have no idea what's going on in the schools anymore. Like I said, I used to volunteer and chaperone. That's kind of out the window. It's time to make a positive change for them and let them have some normalcy. So I agree. Please, let's let these kids have some free air and let the parents make the decision. Thank you.
So my name is Dave Terrio. I'm the Director of Technology for the district. And
I just want to say one thing I noticed tonight was how civil the discourse was with everybody speaking. Everybody brought their remarks forward. It was all done in exactly the right way. And so that just makes me feel a lot better because I've been in a lot of these meetings over the last 2 years and they've not always gone as well as this one has. So I like that. I appreciate that as everybody's remarks. I think everybody brings their knowledge to these discussions and they share their experiences. And that's what knowledge is. It's a collection of experiences that we get over a lifetime. We get those from formal education, life experiences, work, things we read in the news and online, and we bring that all to the table, and that becomes our set of knowledge. And that's, we kind of look at things through those lenses. And when I think about that too, it's important because that's what we're doing. All of us has a different lens that we're looking at something this important through. And we're bringing that, you know, the parents that spoke tonight about their children and their children's experiences in schools. I totally understand that lens. And I feel for them and I feel for the children, their children and so forth. I'm a parent. I've had 2 children. They're all grown up now. But, you know, that's the lens they're looking at. And the thing I want to speak to is actually something that Jake brought up earlier, and it's another lens, and it's the lens that somebody my age, just over 60, has, especially when you have some underlying compromised situations with health and so forth. And so to one of the points that Jake made, he brought up, he talked about staff not feeling comfortable to come to a small meeting space surrounded by other people who, you know, may or may not be asymptomatic or whatever coming into that space. So what the Dingley Room is a small conference room at the Dingley Building. As a matter of fact, it's the same space the school committee met in for years. And I think that some of those people that met over there really know the size of that room. Well, it's a horseshoe shape, just like this one here. Except the only difference is it's a little tighter. The tables are a little closer together. And when you, next week, for 2 days, I will be in that meeting space with others, and it's literally shoulder to shoulder. So it's just like I took all these people and I put them in and around all of you now at the school board meeting, and suddenly you're shoulder to shoulder with all these people. And if you're immunocompromised and you're concerned about that, and you're worried about your health, and you've been wearing a KN95 mask like myself, it's still uneasy for you. It's still uneasy to go into that space and know that you're going to be near a lot of unmasked people for a long period of time in a not really a great ventilated building and have to be there. So I do respect when Jake says, I got some staff members who are still concerned when they're required to be there. I don't have a choice to do SEL training next week. I have to be there for those 2 meetings. It's required. And I've expressed, I actually sent an email to Jake and Karen earlier this year about some of my own staff members who were coming to me to say, I don't feel comfortable in that space. It's really tight. We're shoulder to shoulder type of thing. And I appreciate the fact that Karen and Jake looked at that and they have to make decisions from their end. But I appreciate the fact that they accepted that input from me. So I just want to kind of get it out there that that's why some people, through my lens, being my age and so forth, see it somewhat differently than if you're 20, 30, or 40 years old. You might see it differently. And I totally respect all people's views tonight, and I thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public session. Bring it back to the committee. We will need a motion that defines what we're voting on first, and we'll discuss it, and then we'll take a vote. Anything else from any members of the committee at this point? Ms. Parks.
I would like to propose and kind of feel out other committee members, the option of delaying the mask change to the 14th, I think it is, the following Monday, just so that we have 2 weeks of local testing pool data to base it upon. I think I would feel more comfortable at that time with making it optional if we had a full sort of incubation period from vacation to see where things are at in our district. So I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but I think that that would be a more responsible way to approach this.
Are you proposing that as a motion?
No, I don't. I'm not proposing a motion. I'm proposing a slight amendment to Jake's recommendation instead of doing it on the 7th, making the change on the 14th, dependent on the data that we get between now and then. I don't know all, I'm not reiterating all of the details of his proposal, just a suggestion before somebody does make a motion.
Okay. Anyone else on the committee with input? Mr. Superintendent.
Just so people know, I took A and B and put them in one document. So if people want me to scroll to look at anything on either one, but I think what Member Parks was just mentioning was looking at option A, which would be masking becomes optional Monday, March. She's saying 14th or revisiting on the 14th, which is a day that we have a meeting.
And
Ms.
pool
Bowden.
testing continuing.
Ms. Bowden.
I think that given the fact that other schools in this area, like St. John's, are going optional on the 7th, I don't see why we shouldn't also on that date. I think that, I mean, you're pool testing this week. We're not going to stop pool testing, especially with option A. We're not going to stop pool testing. So I get what you're saying, but I just don't know why we delayed another week. Like, I don't know.
Can I respond to that?
Just one more week, you know what I mean? Like, our kids were looking forward to next week. Like, they know this is their last week. That was in their mind, you know? And I really want to give that to them.
Ms. Parks.
I think that the 7th, I know some other districts are doing the 7th, some are doing the 11th. I know it's different dates for all of them. It's kind of an arbitrary date, and I know that's what was put out there originally, but to address some of the concerns, I mean, we do want to take into consideration the input from all of our constituency and all of our teachers, and I think that we could have a better picture if we waited another week, just because I'm familiar with incubation periods and I'm familiar with how people exposed today or exposed just yesterday are not going to be testing positive this week. My own son, when he tested positive, tested negative on Tuesday, and then he started having symptoms on Wednesday, was still testing negative and didn't test positive until Thursday. So I think that knowing how the delay in testing positive, I think giving us that 2-week window is a safer option. It's less arbitrary, and it gives us a good sample coming back from vacation to see where the district is at. And if there's no exposure, then it wouldn't matter waiting another week, because the results will still show that it's low, and then we can move forward towards the optional masking. I just think it's a safety precaution to wait another week.
Dave, can you turn that mic off on the podium? Or I think it could be blocked, could be. Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Janet?
No, so I mean, I don't want to go back and forth with you, Megan. I understand what you're saying. I really do. But I think on the other end of it, again, we've got kids who are not wearing masks when they leave school, like vacation or not on vacation. They're not wearing masks when they're not at school. I mean, some are. We heard from some parents tonight that some are, sure. But the ones that aren't haven't been. And I don't think a week is really going to make a difference. I know my kids didn't go anywhere over vacation. So I don't know. I would personally prefer not to, but if everyone else wanted to, I can compromise, but I would like to keep it on the 7th.
Just heard.
So my question is, if we wait until the 14th, what are we considering low? What are we considering medium? What are we considering high? Like, are we saying if 20 pools come back, then that's a low? If we have 80 pools come back, then that's, I mean, who justifies what's low, what's medium, what's high? How does that get determined? I think we're trying to put there's too many cooks in the kitchen here, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Is so like, if we can make it as simple as possible and just say it's either this date or it's this date, not depending on how many come back positive or how many are high or how many are medium or how many are low. I mean, sorry, I'm just like thinking out loud here.
Mr. Superintendent?
Just for thinking, for the whole group, I think if there's a delay on what we might do, or we talk about a different date, I would encourage more conversation around the CDC guideline, because we may say 14th, whether we revisit it or that's the date, and get results this Friday from the CDC that contradict a decision to have us delay a week. Or some kind of caveat where it's, or whichever is first. I want to be careful because I don't have anything to prove it, but there are a number of people that are having conversations around Friday may look better from a medium perspective than the high perspective. That metric, I don't think should come off because right now that's the guideline that has been issued. And unless we're making a different decision than that, I guess I don't want to see this Friday, we have a medium and a decision was made to do something on the 14th, which is a full 2 weeks out.
Ms. Scott.
Thank you. So I want to reiterate that I am a firm believer in parents' choice. But I also realize what we saw here this evening. We did see 50-50 in comments. We did hear from our association that it's 50-50 with our staff. And so I am willing to make a compromise as Megan is suggesting. But I like what you were just saying. I think that there's something to the fact that we still need to see what the CDC is going to say on Friday. If we come back with a low to medium level, I would not have a problem with the superintendent making that choice. And is that a possibility that if it's still high, we'll say, and we come back to this on the 14th for a further discussion to see where we make sure that the state of Maine is aligned with the federal, we'll at that point, we'll have more information on that information, right? But I'd like to, if I might, and I want to double check, the state is going to make a decision. Do we know the exact date on that?
I have looked for information on a decision. You know, it's been said kind of anecdotally that in a couple weeks in some spaces, but we've not seen a date be issued. Could be that there is one. I have not seen it. And I did try to look this weekend so I could have that. But
I think it's really important that the community understand that not only everybody said it tonight, and I think we've all said it too, this is an extremely difficult situation. And I appreciate Mr. Terrio stepping up and saying that this has actually been a very good conversation, unlike what we've seen in media and news throughout the country and other places. And I think that if there's anything, that the most important thing that we have to do is look at this from everybody's point of view, which is extremely difficult also, but that's where a compromise comes in. And this is really hard for me. It really is, because if I had the choice of myself, I'd want to be able to make that choice for my kids, but I can't make that choice for myself. I have to make the choice for the whole community. And that's the way we have to look at this as elected officials. And so if we can work out an agreement where, and I know they're not going to like this, but one more week, we've been through so much in 2 years, but tell the kids, explain to your children that we are working, excuse my language, our butts off to try to figure out and come up with a compromise that's going to make our staff, all of our family members comfortable along this all the way around. And that's a really tough thing to do. If we can say that we're going to have this information by Friday and we know, and you see that it's a situation where it's at a low level and you could make that decision that right then and make the announcement. We all saw today how quickly we can get information out there from your decision that was made last week, and how 3 or 4 hours before the meeting today, the whole community knew that this was now a different discussion that we were having, and it wasn't just going to be the option of a choice, right? So if you could make that decision to say on Friday that it is low, if we feel that we're comfortable with the superintendent making that decision, then it is Monday that it becomes optional, like St. Dom's and everywhere else. If there is still some misunderstanding and still needing, then we wait the one extra week and go for the 14th and get a little more guidance from the DOE. I'm willing to make that compromise. I'm trying to make a compromise here and try to be in the middle.
so what I'm hearing is potential to make a proposal around the 14th being a day of optional masking with a default of unless the federal CDC county criteria is low or medium.
I have one other question I meant to ask earlier. For the schools around us that have already announced that they're going fully optional, is it fully optional or is it based on the CDC levels, the transmission rate levels?
No, there have been districts that have already voted and announced that they are moving to optional masking. I believe Lisbon on the 14th, St. Dom's the 14th, RSU 2, portions of RSU 2 I understand today, but that was because their county was medium. And RSU 12, which is a little further north, they by vote went to no masking. And I think there may be some others, but I don't know the specifics in the underlying components of that.
So we don't know if they're based on like
Both things
county
have,
levels and,
both things have been done effective today because of Friday's release of medium. So some schools that are in certain counties have gone to masking optional because they had language in place before. For example, we would have been in a bit of a conundrum if Friday's data was released and we were medium. Because this committee or the prior committee, many of you were here, made a decision in August that if we hit certain criteria, we would go back, and maybe it was low and not medium, which could have been a real mess because I probably would have run with it. But, you know, we would have been reaching out to say, we're already in this conversation because we talked about when things get better and we had criteria, we would make an adjustment. Well, things are getting better. We don't yet have the criteria, but it feels very close. But you do have districts that have voted by policy before the CDC announcement when they were going optional. And you've had some now respond to being in medium.
so even with option 1A, whatever you're calling it, and the sticking with the 7th, if Friday's numbers come out and we're still in high, nothing's going to change on the 7th regardless, correct?
This committee, if they decide tonight to go with masking optional March 7th, that data is a recommendation and we are a local control decision and that's the policy.
Oh, because it still says based on the other screen you were just on, it said something about,
So that's B.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I
I
put
thought you
them
were
both
still
on-
on A. Got it. Okay.
I apologize. I put them both on one sheet so we could see them close to each other.
Okay.
Jake, do we know where Auburn's at with this?
I believe Auburn is watching TV right now, or as soon as this gets posted, or to see the. I've had conversations with our colleagues over in Auburn, and I think they're having the same kind of conversations we are about when it's going to be. And I believe they're looking at next Wednesday having this be on the agenda. At least that's what I've heard.
Ms. Hurd?
So I think we've kind of all been aware that at the start of this pandemic, we were told we'll have masks for X amount of days, or we'll be quarantining for X amount of days, and then this whole thing will be over, which we know clearly isn't true as we're here 2 years later. So I feel like basing it on what the CDC is going to release, let's say Friday, may not be a realistic, we don't know what they're going to do. It's there's too many balls in the air to say, let's base it on what the CDC says on Friday. Well, the CDC may not come out on Friday. And then where are we at that point? I think there's, like I said before, too many variables, too many moving parts. And I think, again, we need to remember that we, like Ms. Scott said, we are elected officials in our community. We need to listen to what they're saying. And I do feel for the people that, I feel both sides of that. But I feel like we've seen from the data that you received that most of our community does want to be given an option. And they don't want to wait an extra week for some potential data to come out. They want to see it now. They want to be given the option now.
Hi, thank you. I would like to base the decision on data. So I'm not for an arbitrary date. I think choosing March 7th out of a hat, or because St. Dom's did it or whatever, isn't a good enough reason to choose March 7th. If we're going to choose a date, I would want it to be in April. However, I think basing it on the CDC data would be a better choice. I'm still trying to figure out how pooled data fits in. It sounds like, I think that was my initial confusion, and I'm still confused on that. I think we should use the CDC wastewater and hospitalization and case count, metadata that they pull together and designate a county low, medium, and high. And if it was up to me, I'd say if it was low, we should go to optional, but I'm understanding the sense in the room is that if it's medium or low, we should go to optional. I am reassured with the reminder from someone in the who spoke at the podium about K95s and N95s being better masks than the other masks. That's a good reminder for me because I do worry about other people, not just myself. But if everyone who is feeling vulnerable can wear an excellent mask, then there's more hope for the world. I hope the school can provide some for those who need it. And so I would go for the CDC measurement, the later, not but basing it on a date at all. So that's my 2 cents.
I'd like to make a motion. Okay, all right, just put it out there. I would like to make a motion to, I don't know how to word this. So I would like to make a motion to take the superintendent's option A, put it for vote, but I'm still really concerned about how this is optional, but it's not optional for everybody. So I don't know if there's a way to say universal mask, like universal optional masking in our district.
Are you referencing the staff meeting piece or the competitions or both?
B and C, yeah. I just, how do we make masking optional, but then say, oh, but not for you? Or, oh, no, not when you're playing sports. Like, how do we, I don't see how that is even feasible. Like,
I mean, I think the competition thing from the way I read this, and I can appreciate the variance on the staff meeting, and I'm open to input. The competition piece, we can have expectations here, but if whoever we're competing against has a higher threshold, I just don't want to put our kids in a position we're not going to play. It doesn't mean we're going to expect them when we're not in competition, or if that threshold is different, if that's what's adopted. But if we play like an Oxford Hills, who has, at least I think still, there seem to be more restrictive in places, they'll just not play. And I don't want to do that to our kids.
we're moving into spring sports, though. Like, we're finished with winter sports at this point. And so spring sports are outdoors, right?
No, I agree with you, but
okay.
I don't
But
want to
there's no
forfeit
masking outdoors anyway, right? So does this even affect our kids?
They haven't made that decision yet for spring sports, to my knowledge, but that's still unknown.
Well,
I mean,
we don't have masking at the high school or any other school outdoors. Correct?
Spring sports is a different conversation. So it just hasn't happened yet because it's not that time. I don't know what will be decided. It could be that it's a moot point. I just would hate to not have language in there, and we're supposed to play someone, but they wear masks, and now we're in this conundrum of forfeiting a game.
So, no, well, no. As far as, no, if you have something to say about,
When our, let's say basketball teams are practicing, do they have to wear masks when they're practicing?
They are right now.
What?
Yes.
Then what,
they,
then,
they started without having to, and then after Christmas break, was it Christmas break? They had to all of a
So-
sudden.
okay, well, I'm not understanding that aspect because we're talking about, and what we talked about previously is that we would only make them wear masks if they were competing against a team that required that they wear masks. So why did we go back to having the mask?
Mr. Fuller did.
Well, and that wasn't unfounded. It's connected to the standard operating procedure language and the MPA expectations too. So it wasn't a rogue thing that we did. We were being compliant with the expectations and all of the teams that we compete with.
Yeah, so I just,
Can we put language in there that says optional unless like another school requests it or?
well, that's basically what it says. Yeah. I'm still more concerned with the B, the in-person staff meetings will continue to mask, because I've spoken to numerous teachers that they want the option. And if we're giving it to everyone, why can't they have the option? I mean, can we amend that?
If you want to make a motion that does not include B, that's a motion that you can certainly make.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion for option A and striking out subcategory B in that.
So I have that up on the screen right now, if that's something people want to look at. So it would be option B. That would be removed in this proposal. This would be continuing to pool test. Masks will be available. And then part 4, and I think this speaks a little bit to what Member Scott was mentioning. If data and guidelines continue to trend in a way that positives diminish, we will discontinue pool testing. It says remove specific masking requirements. That could be modified to include if the CDC comes back as low or medium, then it would also prompt that. So it'd kind of take that language out and replace it with CDC criteria.
So are we clear on what the motion is, right, Ms. Ames?
I'm still, same issue. So on 2, pooled testing remains in place, but in 4, we get rid of it. So I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, so that's about a trend. But I think if we're going with what Ms. Bowden's recommending, that's going to change that language. But I think that was in there as the caveat of if pool testing continues to have no positive pools in multiple schools and very low results in others,
Mhm.
it is a monumental lift to do pool testing.
Okay.
And that was that consideration of some kind of discontinuance, but we could pull that right out of there and
Or-
just revisit that later.
Or you could
Because pool testing
just,
is
or add
optional.
something on 2 that says C number 4 or something like it. For now, pooled testing remains in place for monitoring, whatever.
Procedurally, we need a second before we have further discussion.
I'll second.
So I think there is a concern if there's several teachers in a room. Dave has expressed to that. Is there any way to have staff meetings in a bigger room with better ventilation?
Some buildings, places like the high school, if you're putting your whole staff together, you're just limited both in the size of your spaces and the size of your staff. I mean, an effort could be made to split groups up, but.
Currently doing staff meeting by Zoom.
And just for those who can't hear that, that would be, staff meetings are currently done by Zoom. They're not in person.
Do you feel that it's important to have meetings in person, or like, are they happening both ways, or I'm clarify?
Yeah, so there's a mix by school and space, and some in person, some Zoom and whatnot. Philosophically, I think it's critical that we gather as people. I think it's good for so many reasons, but I want to do it. I want to do it safely. I'm not going to repeat the comments from
My thought on that is, yeah, we already know that remote teaching probably doesn't work very well. I suspect that remote staff meetings probably have the same limitations and failures associated with them.
Regardless of if masking is mandatory or optional, any teachers who were not comfortable with either decision would have an option to Zoom in to meetings? Is that an accurate assumption?
I don't want to make that assumption. It's such a broad scope to say this space or that space or what we can and cannot. I think we could encourage spaces like the high school that have much bigger staff to look at something, but certainly a conversation will be shared with me about equity and how come I have to and they don't, and it's just a windfall.
Is it too much to ask it to be situational? I'm just saying, like, if I were to go to a meeting and clearly I choose not to wear a mask, but if I were to go to a meeting and the people in the room felt more comfortable if I put a mask on, I wouldn't be opposed to putting a mask on. That's what I'm saying is like situational, like just
That
being
was-
like a good neighbor. I don't know.
No, but to your point, that was my goal would be, was to say, hey, look, when we gather in spaces, because we're in a space and we have these constraints, we just say, for now, let's leave masks on. It's something that could be revisited at any time.
So it sounds optional.
Miss Scott?
So I personally would not be able to support this without, I think that we need to have, I think we've heard from enough staff to say that they would be, and if we, as Jake was just saying with Megan's question, that's how it's written already, that in a space like that, if you're talking the Dingley bill, I remember that building and meeting in that room. That is a small room. If we have a lot, we know the reality. We talk about the kids not having COVID as much, right? Their exposure is not as a great of a sickness as it is with adults that are compromised. This is all adults. This is not the kids. This is not the option for the parents. And I would hate for something to die on the floor because we wanted to add that extra piece in there. I'm comfortable with that language the way it is right now without making it an option for the teachers at the moment, because I think most of our staff feel comfortable wearing a mask. And I know that there are some few, but there's also a few in other areas as well, right? On the other side, when it comes to wanting their kids to wear a mask at school, compromise. We have to find compromise here.
Well,
I would strongly echo what Ms. Scott said. I'd hate to throw the baby out with the bathwater when we have one issue that might be a little disagreeable. I don't want to say contentious, but it seems to me that adults, the possibility of contracting things, the fact that it's one meeting a month for the school and every 2 weeks for the department, or how does that go?
Yeah, the big staff meetings, you're looking at roughly 3 times a month after school hours. And for your smaller meetings, that could be hit or miss in different spaces. But, to the point that's been shared, like if I sat in that, I'll call it like it is. If this is approved like this, you won't see me with my mask on unless I'm sitting in a group meeting. And I'll choose to do so in a group meeting because I know the people I work with and how they feel about their barriers of protection. And I'd be respectful of that.
With the potential of using Zoom for those that might be disaffected, I would just hate to see something that for that amendment, but we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Ms. Bowden?
I really, I appreciate what you guys are saying, and we can strike. I'll withdraw my motion. Okay, I'm going to withdraw my motion. Let's go this direction. I will withdraw my motion, and I just want to. Oh.
I withdraw my second.
And then I will let's revisit this. So I would like to go with option A then, and I'm fine with compromise. I understand. I really get it. I wanted to try for the teachers that reached out to me. I really could not go this whole meeting without trying for them. So it doesn't sound like it's going to pass. I don't want this option to fail. So I will go ahead and make a motion to adopt option A.
Is that with,
I'll s-
sorry, I just want to be clear, is that option A with that change of the community language at the bottom? Or just straight option A is written? And I say that because I put an option A up there and I put the community language at the bottom. I just want to make sure you're referencing that and not that.
Well, yeah, I just don't want to remove, I don't want to remove B anymore. Like, I want to keep that. That's what I'm
So
saying.
leave B. All right, let me,
That's what I'm wondering. Is the one, so the one I'm looking at is not current. You're,
The one that you just emailed to us a little while ago, is it the current?
I'm modifying it to our motion so we have it.
sorry.
That's why I said, are you talking about the modifying version? Yeah, 4, yeah.
Jake's gonna
Okay,
put that up and
so-
out and
I try, this is about as big as I can get.
Okay.
So under this,
I'll go ahead and read what's up on the screen.
thank you. I don't want to complicate it more than I have.
The motion that's under consideration is that masking becomes optional on Monday, March 7th, 2022. This allows for a grace period to monitor following the February break, travel, etc. Staff meetings.
We'll continue to
will-
use
will-
masks. in
Staff
person.
meetings will continue to use masking. Competitions still follow the most restrictive respective school guidelines for participants, staff, and fans. That will follow MPA rules. Further guidance may become available prior. We will monitor guidance as it becomes available and adjust accordingly. Pool testing remains in place for monitoring. Discontinuing pool testing will be dependent upon locally available data. Indications as of late have included a decrease in positive pools and a decrease in locating the positives within the positive pools. This remains in place as a monitoring tool with immediate local data points through pooled testing and rapid test follow-ups. Personal protective equipment, masks will remain available as they have been to all in the schools. Masking becomes optional if our county community level
That's kind of redundant.
That is.
which one do you want to
And
use?
also in option B, it starts with in-person staff meetings. We'll continue to use masks.
Paste that into the. So item 4, the superintendent maintains the ability to reverse or modify these actions as the levels are anticipated weekly and with consideration of other changes such as DOE, operating procedures, expectations, and masking becomes optional. Wait a minute. Just get rid. Other changes and it.
So just to clean this up, I'm looking at the pool testing number 2. B and C are really informational. They're not They're not policy. Okay with me striking those.
Yeah, when you read it, it really does, yeah.
And really what we're saying with 4 is, so for example, this particular week, we could have a community data point comes out from the CDC that we're low or medium on Friday. If that happens at school on Monday, then it would be optional. So that would precede the March 7th date, or was it the same?
It's the same date.
So if we leave this as the 7th, it's fine.
Yes.
I just
Megan.
want to be clear. All right.
So with that language, wait, for D on section 1, further guidance may become available prior. We will monitor guidance as it becomes available and adjust accordingly. And then the stuff at the bottom, the superintendent, the other line that you were just editing.
Yeah. take it.
So
Cut it.
that means that regardless, if data comes back on Friday that says we're in a, or at any point that says we're in a high transmission rate, it's going to remain optional, even if we're in high transmission, even if we're in the highest level of transmission.
So my listen to the motion that Ms. Bowden's making would be yes, that if this policy decision is made, then it's made. That's why I was kind of asking about 5. And I understand that I may need some discretion with state CDC, standard operating procedure to be compliant with DOE or state law expectations. But if this is effective March 7th, the county data is
Irrelevant.
it's not relevant because it'll be the same day.
But at any point, our numbers, we get some new variant and our numbers skyrocket, we're going to continue with optional masking.
We'd have to reconnect.
On
Do
the
all this again.
original, number 5, it says the superintendent maintains the ability to reverse these actions with current information.
Right.
That could be put in as a number 5 because there's only 4 right now.
That's on
currently.
there though.
We
No,
just added
it's
it.
not.
Oh,
Maintains, yeah, number 4 right there says that. That's why I'm
Oh,
asking.
okay.
So number 4
we
on
deleted,
there,
we
would-
took out the pool testing redundant one.
so number 4 on there, does that give you the freedom, I guess, or the authority to say, okay, we have high community transmission rates, we're going back to mandatory masking, or does that not give you that option?
Oh, I'd be calling a meeting for that, but yes, I think really what I wanted to get at with that kind of language was about the things that are going to come to us that we don't yet have, so we didn't necessarily have to have a meeting if it was something we could mitigate, like if the MPA came out and said, for every competition, you have to mask, we would just follow the MPA guidelines, otherwise we're out, and I think that we would do that. I would not share it with you, but we could see things in the SOP that say things like you have to contact trace again. If that's the case, we're going to be compliant with that and do that work.
So my concern, again, I'm going to say my concern again is on the 7th, that's too soon. So with all the conversation of compromise, I would be, I'm for parental choice, 100%. I would prefer parental choice. I wear a mask when I'm around people that are more comfortable with me wearing a mask. But for our community and for the people that are at risk and the people that have concerns, I think that doing this on the 7th is too soon without the data for what's going to happen following vacation. I don't remember the point when I started this, other than I think that we need to wait until the 14th. If we're going to go optional with no other options, with no other backup plan for if and when transmission rates shoot up again, I think that we at least need to give people the 2 weeks to see what's going to happen from vacation.
So, Ms. Parks, are you offering a friendly amendment to change the date?
I can do that. I can do that.
Okay, just a sec. Ms. Hurd?
But doesn't number 4 give Jake that potential? So if pools come back this week and we're seeing like crazy whatever, number 4 gives him the option to say, okay, wait, we're not going to go to the 7th. We're actually going to wait. Is that the way I understand it or no?
That's what I just asked.
Am I not understanding that correctly?
You are actually from that lens. Now, I better understand your question. I apologize. So I thought what you were asking was about if the data comes out Friday and this is effective on the 7th, I'm saying they're one and the same. But what you're saying is we could have massive pooled results and then stay high, and it would prompt me to make that decision.
Yes, that's what I was asking. Does number 4 give you the right to change that if we're steady in high transmission rates? Does this have to be another conversation and another community input, or does that give you the authority to say, okay, we have high transmission rates, we're going to continue with mandatory masking?
I'm fine with that responsibility this week, but I think week to week, if we start seeing fluctuations, I'm going to want to revisit this and have a community conversation.
Miss Ames, you had something? Okay, Ms. Whitlow?
Yeah, so if we're gonna have to continue to come back to the board for this, then let's change the wording now. Because I feel comfortable with you saying, I got the data, I'm gonna make the change. You send an email to us, and then you send out your text, your emails to everybody in the community. I don't want to be back here every week dealing with this. You can do that. I have faith in you. I know that you're looking out for the best interest of everybody. So that's what I think. Do you feel comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that, and I also think that this committee has been very supportive that if I feel like we're in a mix of a threshold, then we do talk about it. But I agree. I don't think this is a weekly conversation. I also don't want to get stuck in if the decision's been made and we've made a shift, and that's done by vote and through policy, that we're not watching the Friday results every week to see if we're going to jump backward in time. But it's a component of our thinking, and we would continue with the pool testing.
So
Well, I just want to say that that's what I was getting at when I was talking about the compromise and agreeing with Megan, that Jake can make that decision this Friday. And if we feel we had to go further, we could, but we don't have to if this motion goes through. That would be the decision, and Jake's going to decide that on Friday. But the community needs to understand that if it comes back that there is a high level on Friday, that the superintendent can make the decision that on Monday, your kids are not going to have that option. They're going to have to come with a mask. And I want to make sure that the community, we hear that in the community, because I don't want to see a backlash on this after, right? That they understand the decision being made right now.
Yeah, I also, with the wording that we have right here, it doesn't say that just because levels are high, that we're gonna all of a sudden go back to mandatory masking, right? This is his discretion. So if it's high, that doesn't mean necessarily that we're going back. So do we need to tighten up that wording? And I don't, that's like on you, Jake, really.
That won't be heavy to carry at all. But having said that, I mean, we have a strong team. I wouldn't make that decision alone. I'd work with Karen and Bill and Sue and other members of our team. So I'm comfortable with that. And I would also say, and I don't mean this to be cynical in any way, shape, or form, but it's almost like an inclement weather day. I'm watching the ice line and temperatures, and it's just really locally to us, and as a team, we'd make a call. And I think if that's what's adopted, then we'll carry it out.
So my motion still stands, and I believe there's a second. Right?
I second.
Okay. I just want to make sure that's where we're at.
Now, there was a proposed friendly amendment to change the date, or are we going to just leave it to Jake?
I feel like those are two different things.
Well, no, the friendly amendment was that it wouldn't happen any sooner than the 14th. I think was your friendly amendment.
Right. I don't think that we're going to have enough local data between now and the 7th to make that decision for the 7th. That's what I'm saying. I think that I'm more comfortable with it if we wait until the 14th, because then we're going to have enough data that shows the incubation period from people traveling over vacation, flights being here, there, and everywhere else. That's what I'm saying. I still want Jake to be able to make fluctuations throughout when it's necessary, but I also think that we need to wait until the 14th.
So Ashley, go ahead.
So I just want to say I've been really, really quiet this whole time. I've been observing. I've actually couldn't even sleep last night. I'm like running off 2 hours of sleep. I was really nervous about what was going to happen here today. So I'm really, really happy that everybody's civil. I am personally for parent choice. And I definitely do agree with Megan, just hearing from the teachers and, parents that maybe it is a good idea to wait another week. I mean, we've gone, like Linda said, this long. So, and then as well as, you make the decisions as needed. So
Okay.
I just wanted to say that.
Okay, just a second, Linda. So procedurally, we have a friendly amendment. If the question becomes whether or not the person making the motion will accept the friendly amendment.
I want to clarify that you actually made the friendly amendment. You seemed really unsure of whether or not.
Well, I just sort of put it out there as a discussion to have, so. Because if nobody agrees that we should wait until the 14th, there's no point in making the friendly amendment. So I kind of put it out as a discussion, but yes, now it's a friendly amendment to wait until the 14th.
Okay, so I'm fine with that. I want to get to a point where our kids have the option to take their masks off. So if they have to wait till the 14th, so be it. If that's what it's going to take. I don't want this to fail. So sure.
Are you okay with accepting it? You've got the second on the motion. She just accepted the friendly amendment. Are you okay with the friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't want to add a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment, but if the CD comes out on Friday and says that we're in low,
we would still be waiting for the local test results.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That would be my only concern, is if Friday CDC comes out and says,
So I guess just from a place of discussion, maybe we don't have the right language. If this goes to the 14th, my read of this is I take all the metrics I can, including the CDC results on Friday. But I got to tell you, if this gets voted and approved, if it comes out low or medium on Friday, I'm going to have a conversation with my team, but I got to expect that we'll be saying it'll be optional for Monday. I wouldn't see us waiting until the 14th. My read of this is this buys a week if we remain high and our pool testing info is up, because that could go either way. It could come out low or medium, but if our pool testing is way up, I'm certainly going to take that into consideration. But my read of this is that on the 14th, it doesn't matter what the community data says, it's optional. So it could be next week if our community results come in friendly and our pool testing is not as skewed up. But
I'm comfortable with that then. That's fine. So
okay.
yeah,
I'm comfortable with that if stuff comes out on Friday from CDC, that's low or medium, and we can get them off on the 7th, I'm fine with that.
Are you okay with that, Megan?
I think I'm more confused now than I already was. So what's in place right now is the only time masks are optional is when it's in low. That's what's in place as of prior to today and up till right now, until we vote. So this is saying that on the 14th, they'll go optional unless something drastic goes on with our pool testing or whatever in the next 2 weeks. But what you're saying is if Friday the CDC says we're in low or medium, you're still going to go optional on Monday?
I would. That's my thinking. And maybe the language isn't right and I can be swayed on it, but my thinking is if we have low or medium from the CDC this Friday, hypothetically, I don't know why we would make masking required on Monday because we've met the CDC's threshold.
Because the low to medium is for the community and the pooled testing is what's actually testing our students that are in the schools.
I mean, I think I would consider that if we got 80 pools back that are positive, I think that I would certainly weigh that. But if it continues to be low and we land from a CDC perspective, ironically in option B, and I don't want to go there, just throwing that out, option B said, follow the CDC guidelines. And if we land as low or medium, masks are optional, essentially. And so that was, this caveat just allows you to do it sooner than the potential 14th to gather more pool testing data.
All right, that's my big concern, is just giving 2 full weeks of pool testing to see what's going on in our actual schools. That's my concern. So however we get there, I'm okay with. I'm not trying to complicate it. I just want to know that that's what's going to be considered, is what is actually going on in our schools, not what's reflected in the community.
Tanya?
So anybody that knows the previous makeup of the school board knows how friendly amendment to me is a four-letter word. And it drives me insane when we do that. Just about as much as least restrictive environment, but we won't go there. But why can't we just vote on the first one? If it fails, we go to the next one. And can we just do that? I mean, I get it, but it just irks me.
My answer, I agree. Friendly amendment, I want to avoid those. I talked to Janet before the meeting and we were talking about that and I was like, no, we should avoid any kind of friendly amendments and this and that because it's cursed now because of the last 2 years. So that's not what I want to go on here. But I think the other problem that we've experienced over the last 2 years is that if we go to vote and it fails, then in the media, it ends up saying so-and-so voted against blah, 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 and then it gets spun into something that's not accurate as well. So I don't know.
Because we
It's lesser
care
of
so
two
much
evils.
what this media says.
Well, I mean, it
really.
skews the public perception and that's part of what our problem has been. So yeah, I don't have a preference one way or another, whether it's a friendly amendment or we go to vote on one and then vote on a second.
Can I just clarify something that Megan just said? Megan and I spoke before the meeting because I had a procedural question. I don't want the public to think that her and I were scheming up what we were gonna vote on tonight. That was not it at all. I had a procedural question on how to go about an amendment or what I, I'm new to this, so that's all that was. Thank you.
Ms. Scott?
We have a motion on the floor. I'd like to call the question and go right to vote, please.
We'll call it. As the motion. See if we can get this, we'll read it one more time, just for where we think we're at. Is this the one, Jake? This is it. So
This is with the friendly amendment.
I accepted the friendly amendment and you seconded the friendly amendment. So this is
She
the motion with the
accepted
friendly
it.
amendment with the 14th.
Masking becomes optional on Monday, March 14th, 2022. This allows for grace period to monitor the pool testing following the February break for folks that traveled. In-person staff meetings will continue to use masking. Competitions still follow the most restrictive respective school guidelines for participants, staff, and fans. Further guidance may become available prior to the 14th. We will monitor guidance as it becomes available and adjust accordingly. Pool testing remains in place for monitoring. Discontinuing pool testing will be dependent upon locally available data. Personal protective equipment will remain available as it has been throughout. The superintendent maintains the ability to reverse or modify these actions as the levels are anticipated weekly and with consideration for other changes such as DOE, operating procedures, expectations, etc. So I would give Jake the authority to either reverse this or accelerate it. It clear to everyone on the committee? All in favor of this motion, signify by saying, raising your hand. Opposed? Motion passes 7-2.
Mr. Chair, may we take a 2-minute break, please?
Yes, we'll take a 5-minute break.
That'll be harder.
Okay, we'll go back in session.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Scott,
I'm wondering if I might make a friendly suggestion and see if we could move. I said that on purpose, by the way. See if we could move number 10 and number 11 on the agenda to another or the next upcoming meeting because of the time, and we've still got several topics to discuss and an executive session.
you want to move 9?
Nope,
No.
number 10 and number 11, which is the ED 279 report, and then the potential vote on the plan, assess, act, and repeat share.
Yep. Is there any objection from the committee to moving those two items to maybe even potentially just Wednesday?
Just trying to move items 10 and 11 to.
Well, I'm not seeing anybody objecting to it, so we will, is that a motion to move those two to a future meeting?
Yes, that's a motion to table those to the next meeting, please.
I'll second that.
10 and 11. So that was Linda and Tanya. Any discussion, Megan?
Can you just say what those two items are for the
Yeah,
public and a
item
brief
10
description?
Item 10 is to receive an update on the ED 279 report. And number 11 is to receive information and potentially vote on the plan, assets, act, and repeat share out. All in favor? Those items will be moved to a future agenda. Item number 9 is to receive information and potentially vote on Juneteenth. And I guess one of the questions I had for Jake is, what was the current scheduled last day of school for this year?
Currently scheduled last day of school. I'm kind of looking at Karen. I want to say it's either the 23rd, depending on conversations tonight.
Snow days. Yes.
And then, so snow days +1 for the threat thing, so 24th. Pending decisions.
Is that like a Friday?
Yes.
That's a Friday. So if we move the Juneteenth to the previous Monday, does that kick us over into the next Monday?
So Juneteenth is part of that calculation of the 24th, because we learned that, well, we're kind of jumping into, but we learned that the Juneteenth is a recognized federal holiday. And what we've come to learn is that it's a recognized federal holiday, similar to other federal holidays. That's if it happens on a Saturday, it goes to Friday. And if it happens on Sunday, it goes to Monday. This year, the 19th happens to be on Sunday. And so Monday is now a federal holiday, which would have been a school day, but is now a holiday. And part of the discussion the committee needs to have tonight is what the federal government did not do in its decision is dictate to communities if that would be a paid holiday or a non-paid holiday. And my recommendation would be for it to be a paid holiday. Your salary staff would have been paid that day anyway as part of their language, and your hourly staff, you would lose a day of production, if you will, but that's less concerning to me in June than it is in like winter season where we might have snow and ice and we need to have essential personnel come in.
So that would make the last day of school the 24th.
As it's
Currently.
currently, and we're making efforts to shrink that.
if they grant us the 4-day waiver, does that make the 20th? Would it be, does it move it the week, the 17th?
If the waiver, which we have gotten more specific with and are working with the state, Bruce and I have submitted a new letter updated. It's been an interactive process, but since we're talking about it, one of the things that we did was we had proposed an end date for the school year, and in work with them, we talked about certain kinds of professional development that we've done and work that we've done, which they have received well, and also that if we narrow by the 4 days that have been disrupted so far, so 3 weather and 1 threat, if granted, that would take those 4 days and pull them out of the calendar. We don't have that answer yet, but there was more discussion today, so it's still ongoing.
So then that ultimately might make the last day of school the 17th?
It could make the last day of school the 17th, and depending on what's decided on moving the March exchange day, the last day for students could become the 16th, I believe, and then staff by contract, potentially as early as the 17th, depending on what the state does with the waiver.
Ms. Parks?
If our last day as of everything standing right now is the 24th, removing those 4 days would put the last technical day of school as the 20th, but that would be a day off.
So the 20th is calculated in that 24th being the last day. Because it's a holiday, it pushes another day. Without Juneteenth, it would have been the 23rd.
So would move the 24th, 23rd, 22nd, and 21st.
And Juneteenth was not in our approved calendar because it became a federal holiday after school began this year. Or after the calendar was.
So then if we get the waiver, then Juneteenth, June 20th is not a paid holiday, depending on,
I'm recommending that Juneteenth, which is recognized on this year, the 20th, be a paid holiday for Lewiston Public Schools staff.
I'll make that motion. I'll second.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that we have to have that Monday a holiday by law.
That is a federal
Okay,
holiday.
I
Yep.
just want to make sure. Yep.
The motion as it stands is to recognize Juneteenth as it is a federal holiday and make it a paid day for hourly staff.
It already is going to be on the 20th, so my motion is just to make it a paid holiday. We have no say in the rest of it. That's federal. So my motion is just to make it a paid
Yeah,
holiday.
we're just recognizing it, that's all, because we had never recognized it before.
Right, but that's dictated by the state level, not us.
Yeah.
So my motion is just to make it a paid holiday. It's already a holiday. We're just making it paid.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? That's unanimous. 9-0. Okay. We are going to move 10 and 11 to a future date. 12 is to receive information and potentially vote on the March exchange date, to moving it to the end of the year. Okay.
So we, as you know, have been looking for what options do we have to try to not extend the school year too late into June for multiple reasons. I shared some things in the memo. The effort or the feasibility of moving the March exchange date, which is a date that is given to teachers by contract because they host parent-teacher conferences in the evenings. So they've already worked those hours, if you will, and by contract in recognition of those hours, they get this day in March as an exchange. One of the things that can be done in rare circumstances, I feel like this qualifies or this year qualifies, is take that March date and move it to the end of the year. And so it's another student day in March. And then teachers would have that day at the end of the year by contract. And it is permissible to move it. We did survey staff and we got about a 60-40 response, just so you know. Looking at the comments that were attached to it, there was a whole lot of comments about people didn't feel like it made a big difference one way or the other. We may have some folks who have some different plans that we're going to have to try to sort out by making that a work day and not a day off. And so that's the, excuse me, that's the 18th. I said 17th. It's Friday the 18th. My apologies. And that would become the last contracted day for teachers. So no gaps for them. It would just be them leaving. They'd be all set for they would have satisfied their work days.
Just to reiterate, excuse me, that's been okay with the teachers union?
We have discussed it with representation. We did survey teachers. It's not 100% support, but there was more support than not with the LEA leadership. They thought that it was reasonable given the lateness of this year's anticipated end.
Okay, just with past history, I want to make sure they were consulted.
Just out of curiosity, because we didn't get to see the survey or the comments or anything. The 40% that didn't want to exchange it, are you saying that mostly it was because they said that it didn't really matter? Or are you saying that the people who did vote for it said it didn't really matter one way or another? I'm just curious what the 40% said, like, why didn't they want it?
So I don't have that breakdown. I'm just saying in conversations with people, including the LEA, that people weren't hard on it one way or the other. A lot of people landed kind of in the middle. And then there were people who were in favor of it, obviously, and people who were not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anything further on this?
That's the vote, yeah.
Yes, yeah, there would need to be a motion to move.
So
this-
moved.
Seconded.
The motion would be to move the exchange date or to eliminate the exchange date on March 18th and make that a regular instructional day. Is that right? Yeah. So it was moved by Ms. Scott and seconded by Ms. Hurd. Any further discussion? Whoop, Ms. Megan?
How will this be communicated to everybody so they know?
I will share it out tomorrow morning with all the other news from this evening. I will send a staff update and make sure that also administration is doing the same. It is just a couple of weeks away, so 3 weeks away.
We can update the calendar as well, because you're making an adjustment to the calendar, so that will be updated, put back on the website as well.
Everybody hear that? All in favor? So moved. 9-0. Item number 13. To receive and potentially vote on the first reading of policy IMDA patriotic exercises. Superintendent Langless will present.
I can, and I don't know if Member Whitlow wants to chime in also. She was involved in the work around this. We did receive input from the students that had raised some concerns. And what we came to find, and it's included in your packet as a draft, was that really what's happened is we hadn't gotten to that policy to update it yet, and the language that has been recommended was shifted. The students liked the language, and were also wanted to share with both this committee and Member Whitlow that they were very pleased that the committee took swift action on something that they brought to our attention. So they were pleased with that, the language as written, and also that we acted on it.
So just a reminder, what exactly was changed in the language? Was it just the permission that the student had to have permission by a parent? Can we just elaborate on that, please, so that everybody understands?
Yeah, the prior language included a clause that you needed written permission from a parent submitted to administration or ultimately the superintendent to get approval to, if you chose to not stand for the pledge or participate in the actual pledge. So the pledge is still expected to be conducted daily. I am still hopeful that people will participate. However, it's not a policy that has punitive consequences tied to it or a process with written permission from your parent to essentially petition the superintendent to exercise your rights.
Mr. Bopal.
Jake, is there any way you can put that document on the screen?
Janet?
Well, he's putting up on the screen. I was going to say, would it be appropriate to read it for the public so they can hear what it is? Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so this is policy IMDA, patriotic exercises. Maine law requires display of and instruction about the American flag in the classrooms of our schools. In order to foster appreciation and respect for the flag as a symbol of our nation, the Pledge of Allegiance will be recited each morning and at assemblies and other appropriate occasions in every school. It is the responsibility of the superintendent through each building principal to ensure that this policy is implemented. The building principal may determine how the pledge will be initiated, but as by individual teachers or by intercom. Individual students may decline to participate in the Pledge of Allegiance. Students who do not participate must remain quiet and refrain from disruptive or distracting behavior while the pledge is being recited. Teachers may not be compelled to recite the Pledge of Allegiance, but they are not excused from the duties to initiate and supervise students' recitation of the pledge as assigned by the principal, nor from implementation of curriculum that promotes honor and respect for the flag and our country.
This part.
Thank you. Can we just define disruptive or distracting behavior while the pledge is being recited? If a student chooses to sit, that's not going to be called disruptive or distracting or anything like that, as long as they're not like yelling out or blurting out or that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that would be my take on it. And when we review policies with management, I'll remind them that that's the expectation that, because there have been some things that people have done to be symbolic of something that they believe in connected to the pledge and our flag. And I think it's important that we maintain that right for them as part of what our flag stands for. And I'll reiterate to them that disruption isn't someone's personal preference over what someone's doing, but it's a disruption, to be saying things or interacting in a way that is disrupting the pledge itself.
Thank you.
Ms. Scott?
Thank you. And thank you for asking for that definition. I will tell you that when this was first brought up, I was approached by several veterans, particularly a 91-year-old gentleman in our community who is a World War II vet and immediately felt offended by the fact that we were even discussing this. And I can fully understand that. And I understand that he comes where he's coming from. But I am glad that we are showing that this is something that we still have to respect, but we also have to respect our First Amendment right of personal choice. And that this is something that we're still going to do in our schools. And it is something that should be taught, in my opinion, about patriotism and our flag. But we also have to respect what our personal rights are. And so I'm glad the language says what it says. And I appreciate the work that was done on this. And I appreciate even more so the students that took the time to not only come to us, because it takes a lot of courage to be a student and come in front of the school committee, but to come to us with the knowledge and with the work that they did to bring this to us, the Supreme Court decision. I'm really impressed by that. And I just want to recognize that. Thank you.
Mr. Bopalon.
Thank you. The students did an exceptional job in the research and citing Supreme Court cases. As a former civics teacher, I was aware of a few of them, but I was really surprised based on my experiences of, 43 years on the other side of the river, that this was even an issue. It had been a matter of course, as long as I had been teaching, that a student could sit quietly while the pledge was recited. Now, in recent years, he's playing away on his phone. I go over there and, deal with it at the time. That would be disrespectful, but it just seemed that I was surprised that the issue even got brought up. When I heard there were punitive retribution for not saying it, getting kicked out of class or whatever, that just broiled me. So I'm very happy that, I'm sorry we have to have it as a policy. I'm sorry it can't be just a matter of personal choice, as my neighbor said here.
Is there anyone in the public that'd like to speak to this item?
Hi, my name is Matt Jaded. I live in Ward 1. I have children in the middle school and elementary school in Geiger. And I will refrain from taking the full 3 minutes so as not to extend the meeting further than it needs to be. My line of work required me to take an oath to defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. It didn't say anything about a flag. And so, that said, I feel that the oath weighs much more heavily than the pledge, because it speaks to the fundamental rights that we enjoy in this country. And so something that in reading a number of policies, and I appreciate the work that went into this version, is paragraph 3 sometimes includes the option for a student to leave the room if they so choose. And so I simply offer that as a way to also perhaps avoid the question of what is considered disruptive, is that many versions of this policy I've read that suggest that an option is for a student to quietly leave the room at the time of the saying of the pledge. And I just wanted to offer both those statements in hand, that I can hold my oath to defend the Constitution at the same time as I can say perhaps somebody feels that they need to leave the room during the pledge. And that perhaps we will foster in some ways greater respect for flag and country by strongly defending the fundamental rights, because it gives more meaning to what that symbol stands for. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that'd like to speak to this? Seeing none, we need a motion to receive and vote on the first reading of the policy. Ms. Wood.
Before we do, if I could just,
Yep.
So I think the gentleman that just spoke had a good option, and I kind of wanted to throw that around, being able to leave the room. I think that could be a good thing, but I also could see that being a distraction, and then more kids roaming the halls. So I just wanted to kind of play around with that idea here.
Mr. Bopalon.
I recognize Ms. Whitlow's concerns, but it's about a 30-second pledge. You tell the student to stay outside the door, come back in. If he misuses it, then we've got an issue.
Ms. Parks.
I think if it's something that the student and the teacher in that classroom establish ahead of time, then it wouldn't be disruptive. If the student just says, I'm going to step out during the pledge every day, and then it'll just become part of their normal routine. But I think there's a lot of things that students could do rather than participate in the pledge that are not, in my opinion, disruptive or distracting, that some other opinion may think are disruptive and distracting. So I think if we start itemizing them, we got a lot of things to itemize. But I think that for the general public, if a student does decide that stepping out of the room or sitting or doing something different is appropriate for them, they should be encouraged to discuss that with the teacher ahead of time so that it's known that it's going to happen. That shouldn't change from day to day.
Ms. Scott?
I have to agree. I think that once we start going down that road, we could start talking about definition after definition and what different people represent. I mean, look at the conversation we have about kneeling at a football game. There are many definitions and some people think that that's okay and some think it's not okay and others, and it could learn to lead into another whole thing. And to follow up with what my colleague next to me said, 30 seconds, that's what it is. I think they can stay in the classroom and be respectful. That's my personal opinion.
You want to make a motion or?
Well, if nobody else is gonna make the motion, I will move to approve the first reading of policy IMDA patriotic exercises.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? So moved. Vote is 9-0. Next item on the agenda is a report from the school committee chair. I do not have a whole lot other than the dedication of the arts wing, or the sort of a celebration of the arts wing, is scheduled for March 24th. I'm really excited to think that we're going to be able to, there'll be tours available. Students are going to be there. There's going to be a community celebration of that new wing. It took only close to 50 years to get it. It's long overdue. So I would just, we do not have a scheduled school committee meeting that night, surprisingly. So that was, but that is on the 24th. I believe it's going to start at 5, or it's either 5 or 5:30. I don't remember you, Jake. I had 5 written down, but I think that may be an error. Anyway, that is something that I think we can all really take pride in, and make sure that the public also knows that that's going to happen, so people can come and really appreciate what their tax dollars are doing and what the excitement that's in the kids. Everybody that I talked to that's been there is just, the thing is got a real wow factor to it, which is great. So that's all I've got, really. Report from the superintendent.
We'll make sure we get that information out for you.
Can you invite the city council as well? And when you send that information out, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll do that. Items for me, I'll be honest, it's Monday after break. We had a ramp up to a mask meeting. It's late in the evening. And Wednesday, we start talking about the budget, which is not a small lift. So I'll just continue to meet with you at least a couple of times a week for now, and I'll spare you on long updates at the moment. I'll make it quick here.
City council rep.
Thank you. I too am going to keep it short at this time. I don't have much to report. We did not have a meeting last week. We have a meeting tomorrow. And again, budget season is ramping up. On our agenda tomorrow night will be our presentation and our recommendations from the Finance Committee and the Planning Board in respect to our Lewiston Capital Improvement Plan. We also have a couple of agenda items on our marijuana ordinance And there will be, at the beginning of the meeting, 2 workshops, assessing and reevaluation presentation, annual comprehensive financial report presentation. If you're interested in where the city stands and the finances, I would recommend watching those. There's some really good information. I went through it this weekend. There's some good information in there. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Update from school committee subcommittees. Mr. Beauparlon, curriculum.
Yes, we had an excellent first meeting of the social studies design team. I want to credit Ms. Williams with an excellent format and presentation. I mean, the video worked well. There were no glitches. An excellent selection of administrators showing their commitment means something to the troops, the specialists, and a wide range of staff, from staff with specialties to the middle school, elementary. It was done much better than anything I've been in charge of and done across the river for all my time there. There are 2 more meetings scheduled that I've cleared my calendar. Thank you again for inviting me. Excuse me, I'm looking here in March, coming up March 8th, Tuesday, and in May, and there are a couple over the summer that I also will clear my calendar to attend. And it's some credit when I want to attend a meeting like this. You did an excellent job. Your assistants did an excellent job. The activities were great, and time flew by. And I'm very pleased to invite my colleague here, Elizabeth. She wasn't able to make the first one, but has cleared most of the day to attend with us. And I know she will be very productive as well. So really got my batteries charged. It was a great meeting. Can't wait forward till the next one on Tuesday. Thank you.
Ms. Whitlow.
Yeah, I don't have anything on negotiations to talk about. Nothing new policy that I know of that we're tackling, but I would expect we should be getting a list and bringing a bunch forward. And nothing new on the dyslexia.
Mr. Beauparlon.
Tanya, you did set out that video, which I thought was very helpful. Thank you very much for those of us that have no observation experience with it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, just so everybody knows, I sent school committee members, just some informational videos on dyslexia, because I talk about dyslexia a lot, but really you don't really know anything about it if you don't have any experience with it. And just so they get an idea kind of what it was. And I appreciate anybody who actually took the probably 6 minutes, if that, to watch those 3 short videos. So thank you.
If I just, yes.
If I could, I know Karen had sent out some messaging. Her and I looked at our calendars and we're trying to pick some dates. So if you haven't had a chance to respond to Karen regarding some different meetings for subcommittees, please do so when you have a chance so we can try to coordinate. We have a number of committees certainly, but everybody has busy schedules too.
And I should mention that Mr. Grant indicated that they have had 1 meeting with the folks about the energy audit stuff, and that'll be continuing. So that would cover it for facilities at the moment. I think that's all of the standing committees. School community announcements. Ms. Parks.
There's been a lot of conversation among us and in the community regarding discipline and behavioral issues in our schools and how we're going to address it. I had some information forwarded to me this weekend that Maine Inside Out, which has a new office here in Lewiston, has been awarded the RFP to resource a program with Lewiston Middle School students aimed at reducing school violence and removal through the arts. They use an art-based program in order to address discipline issues in the schools. And I know that Margot Fine, who is one of the executive directors of Maine Inside Out, is willing to come and give us a presentation to the school committee so that we can find out more about their program. And I would like to have that scheduled soon if we could. And I wanted to share that with everybody, that that'll be a huge help at our middle school to address some of the behavioral issues that we've been having with students.
So would that be like a future agenda item too, Megan?
Yeah, I think that was both a community announcement and a future agenda item in one.
Others? Seeing none? Whoop, Megan?
I don't know if this falls under community announcements, but I don't know where else to put it in because it's not an agenda item either. But at least one of the teachers that had reached out to us in regards to the masking mentioned ventilation in the classroom. Can we have a facilities or somebody follow up on that and make sure ventilation is where it should be so that our teachers aren't in inappropriate spaces?
Yeah, that work was already done by our facilities team, and we worked with Siemens on different mitigation strategies. So there are some spaces that are certainly more ventilated than others. We have some spaces that in that first kind of burst of COVID we didn't use. We had since got additional language around it. There's some things around recommended versus required and all of that. It's no different than some of the mask conversations. So some of those things are very debatable. More ventilation is good. I'm not going to debate that, but there were very debatable grandfathered like conversations. Dave mentioned earlier, like the Dingley building. The Dingley building actually doesn't have mechanical ventilation, period. The entire building. And so it's a window or bust, just as one example, but where they're working, we are trying to mitigate those things. There are projects that are in phases with permitting and talking with city on different things. The city's adopted a new international building code, and it's slowing things down a little bit, I would say. But there is work that is actively in progress, and Bill has been working closely with Josh on that.
Thank you.
Miss Ames?
Are air purifiers in the mix? No,
Not currently,
those portable ones that can clear a room?
Now
not currently.
their effectiveness is questionable as well.
Their maintenance, when they're not maintained, actually makes it worse.
Future agenda items, others that we haven't talked about? Ms. Medina?
Yes, I'd like to have a discussion or conversation about the late policy at the high school. There's been a lot of talk and circulation, kids getting detentions sometimes for being late for things they can't control. I see it as a barrier, and I just really would like to discuss that. And then the parent-teacher leadership team. Elizabeth, do we put? I've had a parent-teacher leadership meeting. Elizabeth was there. There was a lot of things brought to our attention that need to be addressed and talked about. So I was hoping we could also discuss that in the future.
I don't know anything about it.
Yes, I'm trying to remember in particular, my notes are not here.
It's the one through main community integration, so you know what they're
Yeah,
talking
main
about.
community integrations
Oh,
meetings. So some of them had to do with placement in ELL and getting out of ELL, both getting in and getting out. That was one. That was the big one.
Yeah, I can
Can I again reiterate my hope that on the agenda soon will be something about accounting for graduation dates, like 10th graders and 11th graders getting a review about what they need to do to graduate? Because I've definitely gotten the wind of suicidal students because they get the news too late that they aren't going to be graduating. So this is the third time I've asked for that to get on an agenda. So hopefully soon we can either have a workshop or an agenda item that relates to this.
Just for items like this, would it be appropriate if I just get information to share it out? I'm only asking because like tonight we moved two agenda items, one involving how we get revenues for funding and one around school safety measures. And I just, there's a pretty dynamic communication process, just at least from when I was there. I don't know if it's shifted, but I think it's worth knowing it before. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yes, Ashley?
So I have a question. I met with some girls the other day that, and from the high school, and they expressed not knowing what the school committee does, having concerns or, just wanting to be a voice for students, but didn't even know that they could do that. So I just feel it's important for us to be able to get information out to students about their rights and, how they can advocate for themselves. And I feel like this is something that should be taught at a young age so they can carry this on, in the future as adults. So I just hope that we can discuss that at some point. It doesn't have to be the next meeting, but I think it's really important. So.
Megan?
I feel like you're holding back, rolling your eyes every time I put my hand up. Jake, can we just get either a future agenda item or an update now on where we're at with restarting the dropout prevention and alternative education committee?
Yeah, to me, that's all part of when we're trying to figure out what days, which committees will meet, because we have so many. And we have 2 meetings a week right now for budget, but that's on our list of meetings to have. So we definitely, that's right there with the rest of them.
And so like the state gives the guidelines for who has to participate in that, and like if there's a student and things like that, do you choose who those people are, or does the committee form and then choose the extra people, or?
No, actually, the subcommittee structures are really that the subcommittee chair is there's a designation to have a charge for the committee, set meetings and create agendas and all that kind of stuff. So we want to get rolling with that process so that they're all moving. I think we've just been busy with some other things. We had the break. But
Who identifies the student though?
I would say that you're working with probably high school administration to do that.
Okay.
But I was assuming that either you or Tyler would try to head that up.
Okay, so should I connect with Tyler on that at some point?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. Thank you.
We would need a motion to go into executive session to discuss a legal matter in accordance with 1 MRSA 4056E.
So moved.
Second.
Who moved it? Who moved? Linda moved it and, okay. Okay, you guys are,
Was there a vote?
yeah, all in favor? All right.
Thank you for coming, everyone. See you on Wednesday for the budget.
Bye. Linda. Second, right
That's the one that you.